Hello.
How you doing, sir?
Let me make
So,
sure I've got my
A,
sound set up properly.
all right. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Ruby, you're sounding great.
Okay, excellent.
So, AB Osborne is the speaker.
Yeah.
So, he shows up. We let him in first.
Okay.
Uh, yeah, and I will be streaming this.
Okay.
Make sure it looks good when I do a screen capture here. Oh, yeah.
Weird. Can you hear me now?
Yep. You're a little
Okay.
quieter.
I'm having some weird audio issues. I don't know what it is.
Sounding okay. It's a little quiet.
Well, my what it is my my mix amp
Yep.
is it turned red on me and I don't know
All right, we're going to start with a few announcements before we go to the 3D character creation pipeline with A.B. Osborne. Glad to have all of you with us. And yes, we are dedicating this year, 2021, to the memory of William Alonso as well. I know we did it last year, but we think it's well warranted this time as well. So, we have had to cancel the Esports Coaches Roundtable that we had scheduled for 5, and thus we're glad to have this session from A.B. Osborne on 3D character creation. We'll be following it up with Going Pro in Esports. And then following that, with a look at reducing toxicity in esports and gaming. And we'll conclude the night with one of our wonderful collaborative game art workshops with Sandee Chamberlain. If you are in our Discord, you'll be able to join in. Actually, you won't even have to be in our Discord, but that'll be a good way to be there for it. Tomorrow we'll start off at noon. Schedule is up online, same as before. You still have time to register your company for our investment conference December 3rd. Information is on the SIEGE.com website. And we're looking forward to Sunday with the Rants and Sylvie Awards. And if you can't make it, we hope to be live streaming them. And with that, let's go to the workshop. All right, they're still letting people in. A lot of people signed up for that one. We'll throw it back to them in a minute. But as we prepare, let's start with one of our sponsors. We're very fortunate to have LFG Nexus sponsoring us. So let's take a quick look at LFG Nexus.
Recording.
Looks like we got a couple more people in the waiting room, and when they get in here, I'll get started. All right, let's do this. Welcome aboard, my good people. I am A.B. Osborne. I am an animation professor at Augusta University. Let me share my screen really quick, and I'll introduce myself a little bit before diving into what we're talking about today. All right, hopefully you can see my screen. Let's get this out of the way. All right, so as mentioned, I am A.B. Osborne, the animation professor at Augusta University. A couple of things about me. A little bit ahead of myself there. So for starters, I've designed the animation program at Augusta University. I actually built this program from scratch, and we've grown really quickly. Tons of students basically signing up all the time. I already grow and add another professor. So a lot of good things happening in animation here in Augusta. For me personally, I've worked in virtual reality, augmented reality, medical and engineering visualization, video games, classic cartoons, documentaries, motion graphics, e-learning. Worked on a little bit of everything in the animation field, and I've made it a point to do so. I want to wear a different hat every time. A lot of my clients include several Fortune 100 companies, and at the moment, for about the past, 2 years or so, I've been working on Supercell projects. The people behind Clash of Clans, Boom Beach, Clash Royale, Heyday. Any other ones I'm missing? Like an upcoming one called Everdell. All those different games, I've got to be involved with some of these projects with them, and through the frame yard. So I've got to really, it's been really cool to kind of work with a client that works with such cool characters. And I'm a complete animation generalist, so I've worked in every step in the production pipeline. And what I mean by that is, like, I can wear every hat. I've made it a point to learn how to do everything. So I'm not as good as somebody that does it all day, every day, one of those jobs, but I can jump in and out of every single job and be able to do it pretty well. Here's a few examples of just random things I made, mostly personal work on the 3D modeling side of things. A robot armadillo. Last year I made a Santa 3D model just because I really wanted to play with the Santa beard. This is a character named Malagroth, and we'll see a little bit of this character today. Malagroth's a wizard. He's got a fun voice. I am Malagroth. I am a wizard. And then I've also done a series of CGI portraits, most recently, basically taking creatures that are extinct for man-made reasons, and especially ones that you may not have heard about, and turning them into just, digital portraits. So I 3D modeled everything and built the textures and materials, and pretty much made everything you see here. So this is the Xerxes blue butterfly, the stellar sea cow, and I wanted to make them kind of cartoony and aesthetic. So this is a giant, imagine like a manatee, but 28 feet long. People don't even know these things existed. And then the thylacine, the Tasmanian tiger. And just a few examples of some of the more recent Supercell projects I've worked on. So you probably can't hear it, but hopefully you can at least see what's happening here. And one more that just showed up a couple of days ago for Halloween. And I'm not the only person who worked on both of those shorts, but I did do quite a bit of the visual things you see there. So everything from rigging to the look of the characters, doing fur, doing cloth simulations, doing lighting and rendering, a little bit of every step of the pipeline on these shorts. I'm on the wrong slide. Is this the right? Basics. Cool. Actually run up with a couple of extra slides in there. So the basics of animation, I just always want to cover this at the beginning of anything related to this, just to kind of set expectations. Can't cover everything about animation in the course of an hour, but if you're brand new to animation and the game visual pipeline, I just want to give you a very solid overview of all the work that goes into the look of things. And if you are a little bit more of an industry veteran, you've worked maybe in the game engine side, you're a programmer or something like that, or maybe you've specialized in one of these jobs, I just want to maybe expand your horizons a little bit and hopefully just show you some of the other options out there when it comes to the pipeline. You never know when you're going to learn something new that'll be useful for your career. So just generally, there's 3 types of animation, and I always want to just cover those. 2D animation is your typical hand-drawn stuff. So think Princess and the Frog, your typical old school Disney film. And a lot of games nowadays use 2D. Hollow Knight might come to mind as a beautiful 2D game. 3D is you're essentially working with digital puppets, and this is how the majority of games are made. Things like Toy Story and Shrek, where you have this digital puppet on the computer and you're moving it around over time. And that's what we're covering today, is the 3D pipeline. And then there's also stop motion, Kubo and the Two Strings, I Remember Before Christmas, Coraline. And there's not really a lot of stop motion in video games. I don't know, Clay Fighter, maybe, sort of. I know there's a mobile phone game recently that had diorama backgrounds. But for the most part, stop motion isn't particularly popular in games. So we're focusing on that 3D pipeline. And a couple of just concepts I want to introduce us to is this idea that when you have a skill set, you tend to be one thing. You tend to be a generalist or a specialist. And the generalist handles a lot of different tasks, the whole variety. They wear every hat, or at least a lot of different hats. So your course of your day, you may, do different things, or you're always getting reassigned. A specialist does one thing very, very well, and they focus on one aspect of production. And the reason I bring that up is, I'm a little ahead of myself. I think some of these slides got out of order on me. The generalist usually works at a smaller studio. They wear many different hats. They're easier to replace, but they rarely go obsolete. So if that's kind of the pathway of your career, you might consider generalist. And then some people are specialists. They tend to work at larger studios. They do one thing really, really well. And with the right role, they can be very in demand, but sometimes they can go obsolete if they figure out a way to automate or make a job easier. A couple of key concepts just to understand when it comes to video games and what the market looks like. Games need animators. Games need visual artists. From AAA productions all the way to small scale mobile games, artists are very much in demand for their skills. So you got to make sure you're including that whenever you're thinking about building a game. Gamers demand more, right? As the technology improves, gamers have higher expectations. There's been backlash on games like Mass Effect Andromeda when there's poor animation quality. So a lot of game studios, especially the big AAA studios, really have to step up their game with character performance. We know that indie development is rising. A dedicated person with a computer can make everything for an application all by themselves. And of course, there's tons of jobs in the United States right now. When the video game market, once upon a time, Japan was the king, but so much is going on in the United States. And COVID has been great for the game industry in general. Not great because bad things have happened, but more people are staying at home, they're playing games and entertaining themselves. So a couple of things to consider. There's a difference between a AAA pipeline and a mobile phone game pipeline. A game like God of War, that's 4 to 5 years of development, hundreds of crew members. And when it comes out, maybe 5 million in sales in the first month at least $60 a pop. Look at a mobile game, something like Angry Birds, maybe 8 to 9 months for that game, around 25 people to make it. And the entire series has more than 2 billion downloads. But that's also that games as a service model. They have to keep making updates to keep attracting new people that will hopefully spend a little bit of money. A couple other concepts just that are important to understand out here. Performance capture is really important to the visual nature of a lot of games. Not all games use it, but often a lot more photoreal games at least have some sort of performance capture pipeline. And especially in facial performances, we're starting to use a lot of specialized equipment to capture real face and full body performance to put into our games. And of course, feature films are using it as well. Also worth just kind of touching on virtual reality. A lot of people have tried out, I hate to knock this, but some people I kind of think of it as lower quality virtual reality, where you put your phone in front of your eyes, even though there's a lot of cool uses for it. A lot of people have tried that out. Some people may have tried out the Oculus, but there's a whole other level to unlock that a lot of people haven't tried out, things like the HTC Vive, now the Index. So those systems are kind of the higher end of VR. And a lot of people haven't experienced it quite as we imagine it. We imagine this future where everybody's playing video games all the time, Ready Player One. Right now, the uses are a little bit more business skewing than gaming. A lot of gamers actually just want to sit on their butts and play a game. They don't have to get up and interact. So it's actually been more prevalent in things like surgical simulators, flight simulation, and other training. But I just think it's really important to keep your eye on that and, the future of that in the market space. And of course, augmented reality as well, right? Using your phone or a headset to put animation over top of reality. A lot of people know Pokemon Go. Games and serious uses are both major markets. So of course, you could do Minecraft or Pokemon Go, but there's also a lot of augmented reality and business to business stuff. And it's really going to help us visualize new ways. I kind of see a lot of this stuff as the future, and clearly a lot of bigger companies do too, as we just heard with Facebook and their Meta announcement. We all know that Microsoft and Apple are definitely working on these too. And then finally, one final concept I just want to throw out to you guys is the idea of 3D scanning and photogrammetry, where you can scan real things and get photoreal 3D models with great textures. And a lot of video games are incorporating this into their pipeline. I was excited to find out that the presentation right after this is about photogrammetry. So I just want to encourage you to stick around for that, because photogrammetry is such a fun thing, and it's really easy to do with very low costs. And you can get photoreal models just from taking a bunch of pictures and running through some software. All right, so let's get to the work side, pipeline side of things. And I really want to take you kind of through how everything gets made, the machine of the visuals in this industry. And the very first thing is you got to start with concepts, right? When a game is in that concept phase, there's a lot of trial and error and a lot of just ideas. The idea generation phase is the most fun. It's probably the one that the most people have done. Everybody's thought of ideas for games. Very few people have been able to execute on them, right? But that idea is probably what you're most familiar with, how to come up with an idea. And then you got to be able to take that idea and turn it into something tangible that you can start to set yourself up for long-term success. So for example, right here, we have a Metroid Dread piece of concept art. And this is what we would call a turnaround. You can see the front, the side, the back. And this is great because you can model a 3D character from this information. So that's kind of what I'm talking about, setting yourself up for success. You can build a 3D model from what's generated here. So if you're looking at concept art, and again, this is probably something, a lot of people have drawn, so they're more familiar with this stuff. Generally the tools, pencil and paper is always a classic, right? Just standard art tools. But of course, a lot of us work digitally now. So Photoshop, Illustrator, a lot of people are using Procreate over the past few years, where you can draw directly on an iPad. And of course, inspiration, having different pieces of reference and mood boards to kind of funnel in some of that creativity. A lot of this early phase is about iteration. And whenever I deal with students, I don't want them always to take the first idea they come up with. Quality is generated through experimenting with different options. The first idea may not always be the best idea. It's better to come up with a lot of different things and just free flow some ideas, draw a lot of different things, and then start to narrow it down once you get some feedback. Speaking of feedback, the feedback loop is really important in this industry. So very rarely do you just get to design something and call it a day. Usually you have art directors and creative stakeholders that'll provide notes and improve different design things before they give you the green light, make sure everything is cohesive to the visual nature of what they're building. And of course, to finalize something, you need a cleaned up turnaround. If we're just talking characters here, you want a character sheet, you want color decisions, and you want to be able to reference it easily so you can turn it into a 3D model. Then it turns into the next step of the pipeline. So this is the one that's probably the most glamorous, one of the more glamorous ones. Everybody loves 3D modeling. You sculpt your character into an appealing form. And so when you're 3D modeling, I just kind of want to give you a big blanket overview. Some of the tools you might use would be like ZBrush, which is essentially a clay-like program. You're sculpting with clay almost. You're making the tools and decisions that somebody working in clay would use. There's also something like Autodesk Maya or 3D Studio Max, both the Autodesk programs. And they work in a very polygonal, very almost mathematical way, where you're starting off with a box and then you divide up that box and you move around polygons a little bit at a time, move around vertices. So it's a very different way of working than ZBrush. ZBrush maybe is a little bit more intuitive for organic shapes. Maya may be more organic, and Max as well, more intuitive for more hard surface shapes. You're modeling a cup or a something like a product. And then of course there's Blender. You got to mention Blender. Blender is a free open source tool that is very powerful as well. And a lot of people use that because it's free and it works nicely with a lot of game stuff. I still say if you're figuring out what to learn, you might as well learn what the industry is using if that's your goal, is to work in the industry. So Maya and 3D Studio Max. Max is a little bit more popular with like engineering stuff. And then Maya tends to be a little bit more prevalent in Hollywood movies. And then they're both popular for games. And I feel like Maya's grown into that more so than Max in recent years. Max has lost market share and Maya's grown into that market share. And it's funny because it's the same company. And then finally, there's ZBrush. And this is something I'm just going to take a second to let you see. What is ZBrush? And so you have something like this. This is just a random, head template. And you sculpt into it. So you can actually like build off of it or sculpt into it. And if this is something you want to try out and you have an iPad, there's another program called Nomad that is kind of like ZBrush Lite. But you essentially sculpt onto these things. You can, let's go to my grab tool. You can move pieces around, get all kinds of fun shapes. It's a very powerful tool. And all you're doing is sculpting into things. So use that and eventually put enough time and effort into it, you'll get a really cool 3D model. That's ZBrush and probably one of my favorite tools. Heading back to the PowerPoint. Where are we at? There we go. So let's talk a little bit about topology because a lot of people understand modeling, right? You're making something, a shape. You're making a form, a sculpture. Well, video games think in something called polygons. And so you got to be able to take your model and make sure it's going to work great in whatever game engine you're using, whether it's Unreal, whether that's Unity or something else out there. You got to optimize your character for your game engines. So there's a couple of options within that. There's a lot of different tools you can use. You can use ZBrush or Maya or Max, 3D Studio Max, Blender, and then that's kind of the retopo side, retopology. You can also worry about levels of detail, and I'll explain what those are. So retopology is you take something very, very high res. We're talking like 9 million polygons or 5 million polygons, which would just break a game engine. And you got to get it down to something more manageable, 20,000 polygons. Let's just throw that number out there. And then you can do what's a process called baking, where you take that high resolution stuff and you basically imprint it onto the low resolution and still get the benefit of the low resolution, like it doesn't take up too much processing power. When you do retopology, you can do it. You can just hit a button and hope it works, or you can manually retopologize it. Now, anything in this industry, if it's as easy as a button click, you're probably out of the job, right? Everybody wants an easy button. So there's the automatic retopology, and ZBrush has some of those tools where it'll go and kind of build topology based on where you lay out certain poly groups. And that's fine, but it may not be the best route, especially if you're going to animate a character. Maybe an object in the background would work great with this, but if you're going to really animate a character, you might be better off with a manual retopology method. So something in Maya is called quad draw, where you actually hand place. I'll just show you really quick what I mean. You hand place, you find something. So if I wanted to go back and change these ears here, I can make this live and actually quad draw various points and lay out my topology this way. So this is a much more manual process. You'd actually have to go over the entire model and make sure it works. But quad drawing is a potential way to get your model cleaned up without, make it easy to animate. Now that's retopology. There's also something called levels of detail. And levels of detail is something when you're in a video game, if something is close up, it's probably a good idea to have it seen with a little bit higher resolution. But if something's way off in the background, you're in Skyrim and something's way off in the distance, maybe seeing it at the highest possible quality isn't doing you any good. So a lot of game engines use things called levels of detail, where you'll have something closer to you be higher res, something further away be a lower resolution. And you can automate that process with something called Simplygon, or sometimes the game engines themselves have a built-in way to do that. So you can have, when it's closer, it might be 127,000 triangles. When it's further away, it optimizes to maybe 8,000. You don't need that detail if it's not going to be close up in the frame. So that's the retopology side. Let's introduce what comes after you built your model, texturing. So sometimes you got to make your model sparkle, and sometimes you got to do it literally. So texturing is one of those unsung heroes. You can go for a more realistic thing, or you can hand paint and go for a more stylized look, kind of like the Spyro image here. Some of the tools you might use would be Substance Painter, Substance Designer, Mari, or Photoshop. And before you paint on textures, usually you need to go through a process called UV, where you 3D model your character. After you 3D model a character, you essentially map all the places, all the polygons out on a map. So you basically take the character, unfold them, and put them onto a 2D image. And some tools can do this automatically, but yet again, more control usually means better results. So I'm just going to show you what a UV looks like really quick. Ooh, if it doesn't break on me. Here we go. So UV. There we go. So this is kind of an idea, and it's all laid out on a map, and this is just the face. But you can kind of see, like, this is the forehead, this is the mouth part, and then it's going to stretch at the places in between because that's not important. Now, one big thing about 3D models is models are really good for, 3D, making a 3D model. It's usually pretty shiny, very pristine. It's really easy to do things that are perfect and very symmetrized and things like that. However, a lot of modern textures is about making things look a little bit grungier. How do we make that realism, right? And they figured out, hey, I can put a car into a video game and make it look pretty good. But after a certain level, no matter how shiny it looks, it doesn't feel real. The way they got it to look real is to start putting dirt, scuffs, dust, edge damage, all these other little details to enhance the damage or enhance the realism. And so something like Substance Painter is really great for that. Also worth acknowledging is that texturing is really moved to something called physically based rendering. It used to be built around a lot of band-aids to get things to look right. And nowadays, a lot of the shaders are built around realistic properties on surfaces. They have a roughness value, a metalness value. And a lot of this stuff is done in a program called Substance Painter. I'm just going to demo this right now. Adobe bought them out and recently changed it to Adobe Substance instead of algorithmic Substance. But there's Substance Painter and Substance Designer. This is one of the lizard characters I showed you earlier. And you can bait maps in here. You can paint directly onto a surface. And once you've laid out the UVs, you can do all kinds of really cool things. Perhaps one of my favorites, though, is just you can slap materials on here. And so this isn't going to make a lot of sense. You have to find the right material. But just see quickly how powerful this tool is. You put a different material on here, you get a whole different thing. You can spin the light around, see what the reflections look like. If we wanted this thing to look like scales and have scales on it, maybe you look up something like lizard scales, plop it on here. Up the scale. Cool. So that's not exactly what I went with. Let's see, octopus, that's always a fun one. A little. And then of course, oh no, did not have to download it. You can make things look like Swiss cheese or human skin or wood grain. And this is such a powerful tool. And once you start to unlock this, you can really get some great materials on it. It takes some time to actually paint it, but Substance Painter is just a really great tool for texturing. After that in the pipeline, we got rigging. And I don't know, there's this dumb meme going around there. Everybody's like, T-pose to assert dominance. Well, in this case, we're going to assert dominance by moving away from the T-pose. Because rigging, our model is just stuck in a T-pose until we rig it. Rigging it gives us the ability to move the character around. So some of the tools you might use would be Maya, Max, Blender, Motion Builder. And then there's a lot of plugins that are auto riggers. They can automatically set up your character. You still have to put a lot of work into it, but they can make the process a little bit easier. So things like Rapid Rig Modular, Advanced Skeleton, those are some of those tools. And what you need to understand about games is that they usually have limited features compared to what a feature film can do. So Game Rig can't quite do all the things a movie can do, but it gets better and better over time, especially like on Unreal 4. They've really pushed what some of these rigs can do. They've added things like blend shape support, and you can generally bake anything into one of these game rigs if you know how to go about it. There is a difference between mobile and AAA games. Mobile is definitely going to have a lot more limitations, but AAA games are really upping their quality and their rigs all the time. I don't know if anybody's seen anything from, the newer Crash Bandicoot games where they go a little bit more cartoony. Like, cartoony stuff is always tricky in 3D, especially in games, and they've really been pushing some of those boundaries. And then another big question is, when you build your rig, are you going to do performance capture or not? So a lot of pipelines nowadays they have different systems where they can capture an actor's face and apply that face directly to a character, and in that way they can get a full performance there. You can also do that with motion capture, right? And then the big thing you need to know is you often need to clean it up, and you need to build your rigs for that. Moving on to the next thing is animation. So once you build a rig, you get to bring your characters to life. You get to play Frankenstein a little bit. It's alive! So you craft a performance, and the idea is to craft something that's believable. This is one of those things that a lot of people walk into it and they can walk. They assume that animating a walk will be just as easy as walking. And animating a walk cycle is very, very complicated the first time around. Some of the tools, again, are going to be Maya, Max, Blender, Motion Builder. And again, if you're using motion capture, you just need to be aware that when you walk into that, that's part of your pipeline. However, a lot of people also work with keyframe performances where you're hand keying all kinds of frames to craft really good motion. And especially on the cartoonier stuff, you can't mocap that. Anything that's stylized needs to be hand keyframed. Anytime you've got a dragon, you can't mocap a dragon, you got to hand keyframe it. So, often building action-packed or emotional scenes, and you need good reference. So the best animators are often good actors. They just don't want to be in front of a crowd. And the important thing to understand about a lot of game engines is they're built around loops. So if you have a character that's running, and then they're going to switch to a walk cycle, and then they're going to switch to an attack cycle, like they have these different animation trees, right? And they can blend between them. So you can go from one set of motion to another over time, as long as your rig is set up correctly. Another big unsung hero is lighting, setting the mood for your character. And it's really easy to kind of forget about lighting whenever you're building a game, but lighting is going to be kind of the future of the next generation. If you haven't noticed, there's been a lot of PlayStation 5 games that are just upgrades of PS4 games. And what do they fix the most? Lighting. Lighting's the thing that they push the most whenever, you take Final Fantasy VII Remake and you upgrade it for the PS5, it's the lighting that's going to bring it to the next level. And so, different tools might be Unreal Engine, Unity, Substance Painter. You can actually bake lighting details directly onto characters if you're using something like Substance Painter. And what I mean by that is you have a bunch of lights you want to put on a character. Well, you can just go ahead and texture the character as if they have those lights on them, and then you don't have to actually light the character. And that's done a lot more in mobile games or lower budget games that can't process quite, not the higher level games. Another big part of the future of gaming is, of course, real-time ray tracing. The more things you can calculate in real time means better lighting. And so getting more realistic shadows, more realistic reflections, that's the stuff that's really going to set gaming and up it over this next generation. And so we're just trying to upgrade everything to cinematic quality. The biggest upgrades in HD remakes, if you're going to remake a game in HD, you're not usually going to rebuild all the models and the animation. You might, but the first thing you're going to do is up-res the textures. The second thing you're going to do is improve the lighting. Cool. Well, that's kind of the timeline I was wanting to go over. Keep stargazing for the amazing. What questions do you guys have out there? What do you want to know about the pipeline? And anything I can kind of demo really quickly, I'm happy to do it.
Could you demo transferring a model that has a skeleton into a game engine?
Transferring a skeleton that has into a game engine. So there's a lot of different ways to go about that. So if you're trying to get, you've got an animated character, and I was going to show this at some point. I don't think I got around to this. So this is my character Malagroth, and he's built probably less for games and more for film, but he can work probably either way. He's built in Rapid Rig Modular, which is a relatively low cost auto rigging tool. I think maybe like $100 or so. And it helps you set up the rig. And just to show off some of these rig things before I go over the exporting process, I've got a bunch of blend shapes. So he can talk and open his mouth. He can grin, or he can look fierce. And of course, he can smile. So you have all of these different facial controls. If you want him to look around, you can grab the eye control and I think I have to change that to something. Yeah, I have to work on that. Go wide-eyed, needs to go sad. Got controls in his ears. I've got a whole set of mouth deformers that I can turn on and off. So I can just grab anything here. And of course, the hands have a lot of controls as well. And whenever you do games, it's important you got to do everything under a single joint chain usually. And what I mean by that is there's a hierarchy of joints and everything needs to be under a one specific joint. And whenever you build your rig in this, it'll ask if you want to go that route. So of course you can move fingers. I don't think I've finished reading that part yet. Open the jaw up. Yeah, I think I disconnected that. But that's kind of gives you an idea of some of these different controls. Did I rig this part yet? Yeah, I'm halfway through rigging the body. But once you've set up your character, and there's a couple of built-in things in Maya, if you wanted to try it out, go over to your rigging tool tab, and there's these different skeletons, and there's one called Human IK. There's a quick rig where you can just kind of click a character and hit quick rig, and it may or may not work. On any of the automatic tools, they're always going to break on you a little bit. But there's Human IK, which is basically taking the same concept and giving you a little bit more control over it. And when you build that, it'll give you a human. And so most things in games nowadays are bipeds, not always. But this is great for exporting out. Now, whenever you export, there's a couple little quirks. If you're doing some stuff, like if your rig is pretty elaborate, sometimes you got to bake that stuff directly into the rig. You got to bake the keyframes into that. But the great thing about Unreal and Maya and Unity, all these programs understand what FBX means. And so there's a little bit of trial and error there, but they know what an FBX is. And when you export an FBX, you can kind of choose what you keep in here. So, do you keep your smooth mesh? Do you triangulate things? But most importantly, you can keep your animation, and you can bake the animation. You can keep blend shapes now. The newer versions of Unreal have added blend shape support, and I've used Unreal probably a little bit more in recent years. Can you keep your constraints? Like you can keep certain things embedded in the files, and then you bring them into Unreal, and then you can bring the different sets of animation into Unreal, and then you blend between them, if that makes sense. Like opening Unreal would take about 10 minutes in and of itself, but that's what you wind up doing is you're kicking out an FBX, bringing it into Unreal, and you can keep all your assets there, and then you blend between your different animation loops. Cool. What other questions we got? Nope. So you have a raised hand, Jose.
Hello. My question is, you discussed a lot of what goes behind some of the lighting and the modeling and other aspects and animation. But when it comes to effects, let's say, for example, the character that you have on screen had the unfortunate luck of being hit with Medusa's gaze. When you're animating something like that, what's the process that goes behind changing the texture from skin and clothing to a texture of rough stone? Like a transformation? Or is that something that has nothing to do with animation and that's more of an effects thing?
Well, you've asked a great question because you kind of hit the nail on the head in that there's a lot of ways to go about it, right? So you could do it in textures, right? You could have two different materials. You could have the character as they are normally, and then you could have a stone version of that character, right? You can go into Substance Painter and I don't know. Let's see if we got stone in here. I'm sure we do. Okay, maybe it's rock. There's no way we don't have rock. Pebble. I didn't download the new stuff. I updated the app and I lost all my presets. But let's just say that here, we'll just do plastic. There we go. We're going to convert this character to plastic. Medusa now does plastic. And so you'd have a separate one that you could build a map in something like Unreal that would blend between them. Like it's almost like it goes from point A to point B. It's like a cross dissolve. And I know there's ways you can do that in Unreal where you can kind of, transition from one to the other based on, an animation of a map over time. So that would probably be the easiest, most straightforward way to do it in a game real-time engine. If you did it in something like a movie, it's actually easier to use something like After Effects or whatever and do it in comp, meaning like you would do it after everything is already rendered. And then you could just either swap out the different renders or just apply an effect that does it automatically. But if you're doing it on Unreal, yeah, that would probably be the way you would do it. You would have one version of the model with one set of textures, and you would transition that over time with some sort of mask. Hopefully that answered your question. That's probably the easiest way about that. Any other questions? Let's see chats. I haven't clicked on the chat yet. Can you show some retopo tips and tricks? The easiest way is just hit retopo in ZBrush or Maya. Again, that doesn't give you the most control though. If I can get a fresh copy of Maya really quickly, the retopo stuff is, quad draw is my favorite way to go about it because you have a ton of control over it. In ZBrush, you can actually like kind of paint guides or set up polygroups to control that. So that's not an option to roll out, but I like to hand place everything. And I actually did something like this the other day. Yeah, don't save. Let's see if I can pull this up. So, yeah, it'll take it too long to pull that up, but I'm going to just create something really quick. A weird, we've got a sphere, and we're going to make it a little bit more complicated pretty quick. Smooth. Grab that move button. Turn on symmetry, and just give it a weird shape. And so my favorite way to retopo, who knows what this is? This is your Rorschach test. You make it live in Maya, and then you go to your quad draw. And you can just lay out points and fill in the gaps. And very quickly, retopo your entire thing. And then that's great because you can, like if this was a really detailed mesh straight out of ZBrush, 4 million polys, you could not only retopo it, you could bake the high poly onto the low poly in something like Substance Painter. There we go. And then if I needed to add details, like I wanted to go back and add an edge loop here, it'll update on the fly. And if I crank up my soft select, I can smooth out things by holding shift, and I'll just kind of space everything out. So this works great on faces. You can basically place everything exactly where you want it. That's my personal favorite way of working. There is no, there's a million ways to do everything here. I make it look so easy. It's honestly, it's going to take some time, but that's the foundation. You're just laying out all these different points and then filling in the spaces. I mean, keep in mind, I've probably done all these things for years and practiced over and over again. So, but sometimes just finding a place to start can show you the right direction very quickly. And then you can figure the rest out by, looking up a few YouTube things on Quad Draw. Is there any other questions? Got maybe a couple more minutes before we got to skedaddle. When is it best to use Decimation Master, and when is it best to use Z-Remesher and ZBrush? So that's a very good, very specific question. Best to use Decimation Master. So just for reference for anybody that's tuning in here, there's a Z plugin called Decimation Master. And then there's Z-Remesher. Now, to me, I think the decimation, again, I mentioned my favorite way to do this is quad drawing, right? But the Decimation Master, I think, is a little bit more powerful. It gives you a little bit more control. And hopefully, doesn't destroy your model as much. Versus if you've ever zero meshed, it knocks out all that detail. It just smooths everything over. And the trick to both of those, though, is often you duplicate your subtool, then you zero mesh on your original, and then you can project back onto it, and it usually gets you your detail back. So just reiterate that you duplicate your subtool, and then you either zero mesh or use the decimation master. And honestly, my philosophy is just try both, see which one gives me good results. But I would probably rate the decimation master higher on control. And then but I would do zero mesher more so when I'm working on the model in the moment. And to me, the decimation is more towards the end of the pipe. Like whenever I'm done with the model, I might use decimation master. But either way, you duplicate that subtool, decimate on your original, and then you project with the when you duplicate it, use that to project onto the other one, and it'll get you your detail back. Is it possible to make an RPG game in Maya or Unreal? With Maya and Unreal together, and a few other programs, I guess you could make. I mean, Unreal is very powerful; it can do anything. The limits your imagination. I mean, my specialty is the visuals. The limit of your imagination. I've seen Unreal do tons of different genres of games, so it's really up to you and how good you are at that side of it. I'm not really a programmer. Uni or Unreal? I'm very much Unreal. Unreal's much better for visuals. What would you recommend for people who don't have money but need to use these programs? I know Blender's free, but it isn't Substance Painter, it isn't Photoshop, and may not be what an employer wants to see. Is there an everyman alternative? So one, if you're a student, a lot of these programs are free. Substance Painter is free for students for at least a year if you have a .edu email address. So high school students and college students get that. Maya, the same thing, free for students. And the reason being, they want to hook you early on. If you use Maya while you're in college, you'll go on to use Maya whenever you are making money in the real world. So Maya and Substance Painter are both free as long as you're a student. And some people seem to be a student forever and keep using it. I'm not recommending that, but what I'm saying is that like my students have access to it when they're at home, as long as their computer can handle it. Now, money does help. I mean, being able to, but if you're going to put money on something, the one you can't easily replicate is ZBrush. That being said, there's Nomad, which is a great alternative if you're using, if you're trying to sculpt on an iPad. But ultimately, an employer wants to know you can do the thing they need you to do. So, building a demo reel, a lot of time, ZBrush and their automatic screensavers. That's always a tough thing. So there are alternatives. Blender's probably your best alternative. They get better every year. But in the end, if I'm an employer, most of the time, I just want to see that you can use the thing or you can learn the thing. Because I've worked at places that they use Max and I have to learn Max because I'm a Maya person. Like they'll be patient enough for you while you learn it. Sometimes they don't even care which program you use as long as you can make a good final product. But I would still set yourself up for success and try to use the things that everybody else is using. The Adobe Creative Cloud is not going away. And so I would say that also with Maya and Max, but they're free again with the .edu email address. All right, well, it's about that time. Got to hand it over to the next thing so they can set up. If you ever have any questions, I'll just really quickly pull back up my thing. Feel free to follow me on the socials and hit up my website if you want to shoot me an email. I love answering questions. I love talking about this stuff. And I know I covered a lot in a very short amount of time. It's meant to be a starting point, but if you ever want to learn more in the specific topic, always feel free to reach out. So down at the bottom, osborneanimation.com. There's my Twitter handle, my Instagram handle, and appreciate you guys tuning in.
Hey, AB, before you leave, got one more question for you from chat.
What do you get?
Some talk about how do you keep your 3D character pipeline running smoothly when you're in an indie studio working virtually?
Oh man, so I do a lot of virtual work right now, and I'm working again Supercell, but I work with a company called the Frame Yard. I'm working with people all over the world. How do we keep it running smoothly? One, communication. That seems kind of silly, but yeah, you have to communicate. I don't know. I honestly don't think it runs smoothly. I don't think anything runs smoothly, but having somebody that's on the ball and willing to reach out and check in and make sure people are where they're at and where they say they're going to be at what time. It's project management at that point, and people communicating. Because if you're kind of quietly in the void and getting behind on something and somebody else needs that next step, nothing is smooth after retopology. Yeah. It's going to be bumpy. You're going to have, in the smaller studio, the more, I think the biggest problem is when you have people jump in on projects and jump back out, the more you can get a team that builds a synergy, the better. So I would always say, just make sure you're investing in people that are going to be there long-term, hopefully, or at least get your base of people that will be reliable around you. And one of the best things I have going is that whenever I work with a lot of students and I see who's the best, when I recommend people, I'm recommending the people that I know are going to not let me down. And I think that's just work with people that aren't going to let you down, make sure you're holding yourself accountable, and get different eyes on something. If one person thinks they know how to do it and they're set on doing something, get somebody else's take on it and see if there's a better way. Because some people in this industry, they've done one thing one way forever. And then in the past year, there's a new way of doing it and nobody ever considered it. So I think that's one of the things I'm good at. I'm a good problem solver, that I like to keep my eye on all the different types of ways to work on something. So I haven't done one thing one way for 10 years. I'm always trying to learn the new way. And I think that's something a lot of people need to do.
Well, let's end with the question about communications. I agree, that is key. Are there any particular things that you think 3D modelers need to communicate to texture artists, need to communicate to animators, need to communicate to the ZBrush artists? What things often get overlooked?
What gets overlooked? Good question. I think a lot of times people set something up in a file and pass it on, assuming that the next person will know how to work in it. And I think everybody should learn a little bit of every part of the pipeline, even if you're a specialist. I try to make my students do it all at least once so they can at least communicate with other people in there. But it's when you just put something in a file and say it's done and don't like explain your thought process behind it. Like if you're digging through an outliner and, people are like, oh, I thought this thing was supposed to be in here. It's not in here. Then you have to keep reaching out and asking for it. And if that communication
All right, we seem to have lost that last part. Not sure why that Zoom just stopped, but let's go on to our next sessions. Give me a minute and we will get the next ones in.
I'm Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Today we're talking neck stretches for esports athletes. All of these will be moderate intensity. Take a few fingers, allow yourself to achieve a nice moderate intensity stretch on the opposite side. With your opposite hand, reach towards the floor. Repeat on the opposite side. Light pressure with a few fingers, reaching towards the floor with that opposite hand. 4 repetitions each direction. Second stretch will be taking your chin down towards your armpit. Same side, a few fingers. This will achieve a stretch on the back of the neck. Repeat on the opposite side, chin towards the armpit, light pressure through the fingers. Hold all of these for 30 seconds. It's a great way to prevent neck pain during esports competitions. I'm Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Oftentimes, esports athletes have pain in the front of their shoulders due to being in a gaming position for prolonged periods that closes our shoulders off. What you can do to combat that, find a door frame, put your elbow at shoulder height, Turn away from the door frame until you find a moderate intensity stretch through the front of your pec. Hold for 30 seconds and release. Slide the hand higher up the door frame. Turn away from the door frame. Achieve a moderate intensity stretch and release. Complete 4 repetitions at each location, and that will help prevent shoulder pain for esports athletes.
All right. Thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. If you are tuning in on the Georgia State Twitch, this is your first taste of those esports exercise videos. We'll be showing more of them throughout the evening. They're incredibly valuable information from Northside Hospital. They are a sponsor of Georgia State, and I believe of Georgia State Esports. So a great resource on which you can rely and reach out to. If you're on the Georgia State channel, you're going to enjoy Pantherland this weekend. For the rest of you, we look forward to you joining us for Siege all through this weekend. Thanks very much to A.B. Osborne for that great presentation on the 3D character creation pipeline. Yes, we mentioned the photogrammetry workshop that's going on right now. We will have that up online in the next few weeks. That one is only for people who signed up for it on Eventbrite. So if you're multitasking and engaged in that workshop and watching this, more power to you. That means you can do all kinds of great stuff, like watch the rest of Siege. The next presentation will be our look at combating toxicity in esports and video games. And the last one will, of course, be our collaborative game art workshop. We'll kick off things again tomorrow at noon. with several great art sessions before we get into our micro talks. That's the first for us. We've done the rants before, and we'll do them again Sunday, but we'll have that series of micro talks. We look forward to enjoying those. And in addition, on Sunday, we will be live at the Digital Doorville studio doing the Sylv E Awards. We had our first showcase of those last night. You can find the VOD on our YouTube channel. I will share it later in chat for everybody. A lot of great indie games up competing for more than $1,500 in awards. And we'll also have an award, $100 award that can go to them or you or anyone who comes out Sunday for best costume. Yes, I hope you didn't throw away the Halloween costumes. You get one more chance to use it and some more value out of it. Free parking, free drinks, free everything, free food, lots of giveaways. The people who get out there earliest, we're giving away a bunch of board games. So the earlier you get out, the more board games you will win. And you'll have lots of board games to play. We're having the giant board game collection we usually have at Siege out there. So great opportunity for you in a lot of ways. And we expect a lot of great networking, talks, conversation, and more. If you are involved in esports, please let us know in the chat. We'll be taking questions in the chat and relaying them to our presenter at the end of the presentation. He is an expert on the legal side as well. We're very honored to have him. His book is well worth picking up, The Essential Guide to the Business and Law of Esports and Professional Video Gaming. So while we're mainly focusing on the idea of going pro, if you do have questions about the legal side, don't hesitate to ask that. I know we've got a number of people out there who have been working on their own teams and so forth. So you might be trying to get other people to go pro with you. And we at the GGDA and the Georgia Esports League are all in favor of that. All right, let's switch it on over to Justin Jacobson right now. There he is with us online right now. Justin, we really appreciate you joining us, and the book's great. We appreciate all the work you've been doing. If you have anything more to say about yourself, take away with a bit more of an introduction, how they can reach you, and we look forward to your insights. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, guys, and hello and welcome. As you mentioned, I'm Justin Jacobson, so we'll start by talking a little about me, giving you a little background on kind of, who I am and kind of what I do, and then we'll kind of go into the lecture a little. So, as mentioned, I'm an esports and entertainment attorney, and for the last decade, I've worked with all different professional athletes and musicians and DJs and fashion designers and all kinds of creative people and handling all their legal and business matters. And about 6 years ago, I really expanded into the esports and gaming world, working with pro gamers and streamers and coaches and casters and teams and brands and all kinds of companies working in the space. And for the last year, I've been running Ford Model's new esports and gaming talent division, which, for those who are not familiar, Ford Models is a high-end luxury talent agency, and in the last year, they've kind of shifted more towards a traditional influencer agency, and they brought me in to create this talent agency where I work with over 20 different gaming talents and handle, the day-to-day business management of pro gamers and streamers and coaches and casters. I'm also teaching esports business at the University of North Carolina, Wilmington, among some other universities, and I'm very involved in the academic world, helping develop different curriculums for esports law and esports business classes. And as Andrew mentioned, I've authored the first esports business law book, The Essential Guide to the Business and Law of Esports and Professional Video Gaming. So needless to say, I'm very involved in all different areas of the scene, and kind of just as a disclaimer, nothing here is intended as legal advice, as it's all for educational purposes only. And today we're going to explore various professional careers in the esports and professional gaming world. This is by no means exhaustive, as this is just really meant to highlight some potential opportunities that exist and kind of just spotlight what's going on, especially in the last few years, since esports and the whole professional and competitive gaming world has really kind of exploded and become a lot more mainstream than it maybe was, 5-10 years ago or even longer. So where we kind of start is probably the people that are everyone's most familiar with. And, I kind of refer to them as, the key parties of this esports business ecosystem. So there's 4 main parties. There's the gaming talent. So that includes the pro gamers, the streamers, the content creators, any coaches or analysts, any on-air talent. So any shoutcasters or event hosts or MCs, really all the individuals that either compete professionally on various titles on PC, mobile, or console in games such as League of Legends, Dota 2, Valorant, CSGO, Call of Duty, Arena Valor, and lots of other games. And these are also the individuals who create original content and live stream content on platforms such as Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok. So this is obviously, a very well-known professional area that's going on in esports, and probably the one that people are most familiar with. Another area is the esports teams and organizations. So these are the companies and teams that actually field competitive teams that compete in different tournaments and leagues, as well as actually sign creators and streamers to stream and work on behalf of their team and their sponsors. So there's different opportunities to work with teams, whether you're actually part of the management team as an owner or some other kind of executive, as well as just other individuals that work for a team. So you're talking about talent management, so the individuals that are working directly with the talent that the team signs, handling the logistics of airlines and flights and rooms and whatever else the players need. You actually have, social media managers, the individuals that manage all of the team's social media, their Twitter, their YouTube, their Twitch, all their different platforms, and some of them have different languages, so you have the ability to kind of translate and work in different languages. If I know some teams have Japanese Twitter that they engage, so that's a really unique thing. And then you have teams that are similar, the business development and sponsorship development and marketing teams. And because a lot of these esports organizations have some ownership groups that are traditional sports franchises, they've really started to model the way these teams work to how their traditional sports teams operate, where they have a lot of these different internal divisions the same way the team does. So there's a lot of opportunities to be a professional. You might not necessarily own a team or even be a player, but you can work for a team in different roles, from HR to PR to marketing to event production, because a lot of these teams are hosting their own events, throwing their own tournaments, even running their own academies and training programs and youth camps. So there's just a lot of unique professions as part of working for a team or organization. Then one of the other major parties is, the game publishers. So these are the individuals, game publishers and developers who I know everyone are very familiar with as they create and sell the game. So we have, large ones like Activision Blizzard and Riot Games and Epic Games and Valve and Supercell and, many more, both indie and major publishing houses. And there's opportunities to work as software developers there, or coders and testers. And then you have the whole corporate side where you can work in public relations or marketing or promotions for the game, HR or business development, the legal department, finance, accounting, and really all these other corporate roles that these large companies have. So there's a lot of different ways, if you're not necessarily, coder or involved in the animation or some of the back end stuff, to still be involved in a professional capacity. And then finally, the fourth part of this ecosystem is the event organizers. So these are the people that organize, the companies that organize the different leagues and tournaments that are competed in. So this includes the collegiate level and professional level and high school and youth and recreational. And these are different companies that will actually host and market these events. So some large companies are ESL and DreamHack and PGL, and there's some other smaller ones, and there are ones that operate internationally and some that just operate in a specific game and some that operate in multiple games. So there's obviously opportunities to work on the production side where you're actually hosting, conceptualizing these events, as well as on the marketing and promotion of these events, especially as you start growing and having bigger venues, the promotional aspect gets even more important. And then similar to the other areas, including the teams, there's actually sponsorship and brand partnership and business development people, and these professionals are there to help grow the sponsorship opportunities, get streaming and broadcasting and television deals and media rights and press, and really just kind of build the hype and exposure for the events. And that's how it all kind of becomes a very unique ecosystem. So these are kind of the biggest professions that are kind of going on in these four major areas, which I think are what most people think about when you think about esports and gaming. You have the players and the teams and the publishers and the event organizers and how they all interact with each other. However, in addition to all of these other areas, and where kind of myself and many of my other colleagues fit in, is kind of this whole other world of professionals that has kind of developed to support and work with these major areas. So there's been a growth similar to many other entertainment, sports, and music and other talent-driven worlds of professionals and companies that are servicing the professional gaming world. This is business and financial and legal and marketing and accounting and media professionals and consultants who are all having full-time roles the same way you would be in the music world or sports world or TV or movies and servicing the esports and professional gaming. So starting with, something that's near and dear to me, there's been a large growth of esports attorneys and lawyers kind of focused on the space. There's always been video game attorneys and individuals who have kind of helped different publishers and just, companies operating in the video game space. But as esports and the professional gaming side, especially from the talent side, has grown, there's been a whole slew of professionals, both existing attorneys who are already involved in ancillary spaces kind of going in, as well as new attorneys kind of developing their book and working in the space, as well as existing larger law firms that have been developing internal divisions to service their clients' needs in this space. So it's really unique to see the same way there's sports law, music law, or fashion law, for there to be a whole new world of esports law. And really, at least esports law in general is really unique, similar to these other areas, where it's really a mix of different legal fields. It's really a combination of intellectual property law focused on licensing and name and likeness rights and copyrights and trademarks and kind of how all this stuff interplays. And then you have contract law, because the basis of the agreements, whether it's signing a player to a team or a streaming deal or a sponsorship deal or an appearance or any kind of rights transferring, is contract law. And then you have kind of business law and how that affects when you have LLCs and corporations and kind of how that all plays into the business that is esports. And then tax law and how that factors in. Obviously, it's a very international world, so you have players going across the country and across the world to earn money and earn salaries, compete in tournaments. And a lot of countries have foreign income tax on income earned by non-citizens. So there's just a lot of potentially legal matters that need assistance with. You also have visas and immigration. Obviously, as I mentioned, it's a very international world. So navigating these complicated legal matters, especially in light of COVID and what's going on there, is a very unique aspect. And having this knowledge in the esports world is unique because, as someone who's dealing with immigration on a pretty daily basis now, the government not really that familiar with esports and gaming, and especially some of the newer leagues and tournaments, and it takes a lot of explaining and trying to have a lot of subject matter knowledge while also understanding the law to be able to craft something that's useful and that will go through an application that has value. So again, there's been this whole specializing area of individuals that understand the ecosystem, understand the business, and are able to provide these legal services that maybe someone who doesn't deal with it on a day-to-day basis, it's not something they're familiar with. They don't know what the different rates are for different players, what these different metrics mean, what different teams are playing. So similar to, in the music world or TVs or movies where you're going to, an attorney who has that kind of knowledge, it's starting to apply in this space as well. And then obviously, because a lot of it has to do with digital communications and digital marketing and things on stream, you have the FTC considerations and the FCC considerations and DMCA and all of these licensing matters that need to properly be addressed, or they could subject the talent or the business or the company to some potential legal matters. So as you see and as the numbers show, there's been a larger shift to that, and the need for more attorneys that have a unique aspect and understanding of the scene and how it works has really kind of grown, and that's why you see a nice trend of that. Kind of building off of that, similar to other talent-driven worlds, sports, music, TV, there's been a whole new profession of esports talent agents and management companies and talent agencies being created. So this includes newly boutique formed ones by individuals who maybe were former players or former coaches or just somehow connected in the industry, as well as existing legacy talent agencies such as William Morris and CIA and IMG and UTA creating esports and gaming talent division where they're specifically working with some of the top talent. And it's really interesting because these agencies, especially the larger ones, are used to working with top NFL players and NBA players and, movie stars and screenwriters and directors and all of these A-list people that we see on, TMZ and people. So to start seeing these businesses starting to incorporate that and creating whole divisions just really shows the viability of it and the growth that's happening. And being the other role that I mentioned in my role at Ford Esports and Gaming, this is really where I handle a lot of this similar stuff, where my day-to-day is very interesting, where I'm helping manage these talent and helping them develop and feel different opportunities, whether it's finding sponsorship arrangements or appearances or press inquiries or any strategic partnerships that really help and grow and develop them. And I think that's a unique aspect that's only really been growing in a unique profession that's only really started to scratch the surface. Obviously, because it's such a new industry, there's a lot of learning on both sides, whether it's the professionals themselves, learning how to navigate the space, as well as especially the talent, learning how to work with professionals, whether it's attorneys or managers or agents or any of the other professionals that we're going to talk about throughout the rest of this lecture. So there's a lot of give and take and a lot of learning that goes on, which is exciting. And that's what makes this profession and what's going on here so cutting edge and new. Where literally 10 years ago, there wasn't esports lawyers, there wasn't some of the other professions that, talent agents that are focused on esports. It just wasn't a thing. Now you can Google and you can find 10 of each of them pretty easily. Additionally, there's been a whole growth of different marketing and public relations and data analytic firms and professionals focusing just on the esports and gaming space. This includes digital marketing firms that are working specifically on esports and gaming, as well as some of the traditional ad agencies, the madmen that we think about on Madison Avenue, creating divisions solely focused for esports and gaming and these other less traditional areas so they can service these clients. So they can, some of the clients that they're working with, they can actively and authentically engage in this space by having professionals that understand the space, but also have the marketing background or the PR background or the other resources that one of these agencies might have. So it's really interesting to see how these new consulting and marketing companies are being formed. And these are essentially spearheading the marketing campaigns for different brands, whether they're working directly with talent to help them get opportunities, or with brands to secure talent or teams to work with them, or even operators of different events. So there's a lot of ways to work with the esports and gaming space, to work in this professional competitive scene while not necessarily being a gamer or not working for an event organizer or a publisher. As we're starting to go through, you're starting to see that these more traditional areas, the same way there's sports marketing agencies and PR agencies that are just for entertainment or music, there's starting to be these that are focusing just on the esports and gaming space. And these public relations firms are working on behalf of professional gamers or teams or event organizers or the leagues themselves to help interact with the esports media and press, as well as traditional press outlets to secure the New York Times and Washington Post and some of these more traditional outlets that a PR agent might do in, political world or the music or sports scene or even the tech world. So again, you're starting to see more of these professionals seeing the value and the need to have these professionals. You're starting to see organizations wanting to have formal PR people that are putting out their press releases. Not the way a lot of these team announcements are, where it's like they just put out a tweet, we just signed this guy, and that's the announcement of a sponsor. And you're starting to see teams understanding the value in doing an official press release, having a PR or marketing team of professionals behind what they're doing, because it only amplifies what they're doing, and as they're working with larger companies, it just kind of helps professionalize all of it. In addition, because a lot of it is all data driven, you have fantasy esports companies and esports betting, which is, obviously outside of this, but you also have data analytic companies that are essentially providing in-depth data on kind of the analytics of a social media campaign or of a specific person, as well as companies that are focused on giving different talent insight, where they're actually acting as player scouting departments and helping different teams source talent by analyzing the data, looking at how well the players do in certain rank things. Because there are certain things that you can see from the way a player plays, that there's certain ways you can fix them with coaching and different strategy and game planning. So they're able to identify these different techniques and these different deficiencies and what strengths are necessary to compete at a high level, all through analyzing data. And you have all of these new companies that are being created that, again, are not gamers, they're not teams, they're not what we think about as traditional and part of the esports world, but they're very viable, and I guarantee some of these scouting services are making a lot more than a lot of the other businesses in the scene. And this is also very valuable because a lot of sponsorship opportunities, whether it's with brands for different teams or a player or a streamer or even an event organizer, it was all based on this analytics. So looking at content viewership, the minutes watched, the concurrent viewers, kind of the click-through rate, what the conversion rate of all this is, what these KPI are. And this is all understood and gathered through these different data analytics companies that have been created just to work in the esports and gaming world, to create this information and to be able to have it for those that need it. In addition to legal and the management side, there's been a whole world of business professionals, from accountants to wealth management firms to financial advisors and other professionals working on the business side of the industry. As we know, some players and team owners and other esports business owners are earning substantial money. You can only look at the Forbes list to see multiple individuals earning 10, 15, 20 million dollars. So as a lot of these individuals are younger, they're earning a substantial amount of money. And similar to the other talent-driven world, such as music and sports, where individuals, especially younger individuals, come into a substantial amount of money really early on, there's a lot of individuals that service that. Wealth management individuals, financial advisors, accountants, CPAs, and other business managers who solely focusing on helping these high net worth people that have a lot longer to plan for, that essentially maybe he's making $10 million, but the $10 million needs to last 50 years. And these long-term ramifications of not doing things properly on the tax end or kind of on, the long-term wealth management end could have severe repercussions. So as a result, there has been accountants and financial advisors and other wealth management firms that are starting to work specifically in the esports and gaming world. So this includes some of the large financial companies that we think of, the Morgan Stanleys and Goldman Sachs and Merrill Lynch's of the world, as well as independent financial advisors and wealth management firms that are existing to just work with these individuals, providing specific knowledge and know how to work with them and how to advise them properly. So I think it's really interesting to see that these traditional areas of finance and accountants that we think of as more traditional are now starting to come over and work in this space. And it's kind of all goes back to the reason why a lot of the other more traditional professionals are involved, is that the ecosystem, the business, the amount of money that's being made makes it make sense. So in addition to actually advising and working in wealth management on behalf of talent and different professionals, there are companies that are actually acting as investment vehicles and reviewing different assets and purchasing these in the gaming space. So you may have different hedge funds or venture capital firms or other financial vehicles that are actually investing in esports and gaming businesses. So you have individuals that are working at these companies that are assessing and looking through the data, looking through the different financial statements and the different corporate records the same way somebody would for any purchase at any other company. So it's really interesting, again, to see how this traditional business world is starting to come in, where you have the attorneys and you have the talent managers and you have now accountants and financial advisors and wealth management individuals who are working in this area and trying to have a specific knowledge and client base to be able to speak correctly to these people and to be able to help advise them and to understand their needs. That, you can be a huge gamer one day and the next day you get dropped by your team and that could be it. And, or something where you're big in a game and the game no longer exists, or, the team just drops everyone because they're cutting bait. It might be tough, or you might not get signed anywhere near what you used to be paid. And your whole entire world, all of the financial obligations, everything you thought were going to be, are now not what they thought. And being able to have someone in your corner that understands the possibility that this could happen, how to protect yourself in case it happens, is really valuable. And just similarly, especially on the CPA and accountant side, I've had experiences of individuals that have went to more traditional accountants that don't have experience in the space versus someone who's working in and understanding the potential deductibles, understanding if you're a streamer or content creator, what things that are a little bit more creative that you might be able to, claim as taxable deductions based on it being a necessary business expense. And being able to think outside the box because you understand the income, the sources of revenue, the way the ecosystem works is very valuable, as opposed to someone that just sees your W-2s and 1099s and says, okay, you made X amount, what did you spend on this, and have a nice day. So I think that there's a reason that more professionals are starting to come into this world, because there's definitely a value in it. And then kind of shifting to the other side of the coin, we have the whole birth of medical and health and wellness professionals starting to come into esports. So we have the lawyers, we have the agents, we have the accountants, and now we have the doctors. So due to the high intensity and strain of competitive gaming, both physically and mentally, as I'm sure a lot of individuals can attest, and you can see in the news about individuals retiring very early and the burnout from, sitting in a chair for hours on end, and just potentially not taking care of yourself the way that you should, has really dampened a lot of professional gamers' career. So in response to this, there's been a slow world of medical and wellness practitioners starting to work in esports and professional gaming. So this includes both team and talent, hiring traditional medical, health, and wellness professionals such as doctors and chiropractors and physical therapists, and essentially other licensed physicians working in this space to provide medical benefits and to help the players, whether to heal from an injury or more preventative medicine, where they're just giving them different strength regimens and different stretches and even nutritional advice on how to sustain better endurance, how to handle going, overnight when you have different time zones, how to get yourself ready mentally and physically. So there's been a whole world of esports psychologists and mental and performance coaches, individuals that are just specifically working with gaming talent and esports teams and people that are in this space. So it's really interesting to see how there's a rise of esports doctors and even esports specific surgeons who are working to treat unique injuries in the gaming space, diagnosis, and really a whole world of esports doctors. And similar to this is insurance professionals. So the existing profession of insurance salesman has always been around, and there's a whole world of them working in the traditional sports world, insuring players' knees and elbows and other extremities from potential injury. So similar to that, some of these individuals have started to work with esports players and insuring their wrists and eyes and neck and shoulders and really anything else that might be subject to damage as a result of competing in esports, or something that might cause you to have to retire early so you won't fulfill your contract. So there's all these insurance companies that are now providing jobs and providing insurance to whether it's teams or the player themselves in case of this. And then similar to most events, you actually have insurance companies working as, providing actual event liability insurance and force majeure insurance and any other event physical, anything else that's needed in order to throw an event, they're providing insurance for. This is similar to whether it's a live concert or a sporting event or any other live event where you have people and you have to get an insurance policy for. So yeah, as we can see, we're starting to see a lot of the more traditional roles and professions that we think of starting to come in, where you have attorneys and agents and managers and marketing firms and digital agencies and insurance salesmen and doctors and lawyers and all of these traditional professions coming in and being involved. And it's really starting to just expand the whole ecosystem, where now there's subject matter experts that can provide you specific tailored advice. So if you're working in another area, you can find someone who really understands the needs that you specifically have. If you, an esports event organizer, you might have someone that works in throwing live events, event production, concert production, live festivals. However, someone that specifically understands the needs and legal matters or the marketing ways, the different channels, the different talent that makes sense, and what game you're trying to work and how you would approach those people, because I'm sure everyone will tell you that different esports games have different audiences. Certain games are much larger in different regions with different demographics, so you have to understand that, and it's not just something that you just know. It comes from being involved in it and working in it. And I think that that's something that you learn from a lot of these more traditional entertainment fields. And I'm sure a lot of colleagues would echo the same sentiment, that you learn most of it by being in it and working in it and applying to it. That it's just not something that you just really can just learn. As you see, there's starting to be a literature developed of it, although it's still way behind a lot of the other areas. So this is a lot of stuff that's really changing on the fly, which is really cool. Recently the first handbook for esports medicine just came out, where 3 prominent esports physicians who are working with pro gamers and official on staff for different teams came out with a book, so that real traditional practitioners and physicians that maybe aren't familiar with it now can understand how to treat certain things, how to diagnose certain things. That's something they might think is one thing, might not necessarily be it, because a gamer is using something differently. So it's just really exciting, and it really gives people the opportunity to maybe do something that is not the traditional trajectory. Like, yeah, it would be great to be a YouTube streamer, but maybe that's not you. But you can be an agent for them and help them grow, or you can, be a lawyer or be an accountant or be a doctor or, whatever you like, and still apply it. You can be a nutritionist or a chef or a cook, someone that just solely focuses on creating healthy meals that have certain combination that will help you in long gaming sessions, and trying to find out what you like and how you can bring it back to the esports world. So in addition, many traditional fields are really expanding to esports. You have, product and merchandise design, both physical and digital sales, where you have companies that are actually helping, whether you're talent or event organizers or teams or developers, manufacture and design merchandise. So hats and hoodies and t-shirts and anything else that you could wear, as well as a whole world of digital collectibles, from NFTs and crypto tokens and all these other digital collectibles that have really started to take esports by storm. These are companies that are essentially acting as an intermediary and working on behalf of these companies. Most teams, most players aren't having a manufacturing to make their own t-shirts. They're outsourcing these to the other companies. So it's starting to see how more traditional professions that are maybe servicing music, sports, or just any business in general can now service the esports and gaming world, can start having new clients that they might not have had before. And then there's a whole world of creatives that work with this. So you have photographers and videographers and writers and journalists and graphic designers and animators and web designers and audio, sound and video editors and engineers. All these creative people that are contributing to these different businesses. You might not necessarily be a game developer and be an animator or graphic designer there, but a team or a player can hire you to make a website or a logo or to take photos or to edit their videos or to do all of these different things, where you as a creative person can take your talents, your interests, your graphic design knowledge and apply it here and have a profession. And there are actually creative marketing agencies that are existing that solely focus on this space to service this client. Additionally, you actually have professionals that are offering coaching services and scouting services and camps and youth camps and training camps and all of these different avenues for different high school players to get scouted for esports, different teams to get scouted. And then you have a whole rise of arena architectural design firms where you have these different companies that are working on creating state-of-the-art esports stadiums and arenas, especially in light of many of the new requirements that some of these franchise leagues have, where a lot of the teams have to have an in-arena stadium that requires them to have the proper technical and internet and sound and lighting and all these things to kind of give the user experience. We see some teams like the Philadelphia Fusion that are working on a state-of-the-art arena in Philadelphia, and it's just starting to be a world where whatever profession or whatever job you might be looking for, there might be something tangent or something parallel in the esports and gaming world that you can latch onto or start working for, especially if that's something that you have a passion for. So I think that's one, there's a lot of stuff that was given, and I think that we all have to kind of take a step back to just see the brevity, the length of what's going on here, where you have individuals playing video games for millions of dollars to hundreds of thousands of people, to millions of views across the world. And as a result of this growing to this magnitude, which for all intents and purposes, it's really just scratching the surface. In Korea and Asia and China, esports and competitive gaming has been huge. It goes back to the StarCraft and StarCraft 2 days, and it started to get bigger here, but it wasn't in North America and Europe, and that was only more recently. And now you're starting to see a whole emergence of Latin America and India and Kenya and the Middle East and Caribbean islands and all of these other markets that are starting to develop their own areas. And as a result, there's just even more opportunities to be a professional involved in it, where if you have an international expertise or something just local, you can work. Where you can work in the collegiate level, the high school level, the youth level. There's a whole world of K through 12 middle schools and high schools having competitive esports, having these programs. And, you have colleges having academic programs, varsity programs, clubs, anything you can think of, and it's only going to grow. So there's ways to be involved in most any profession, and I think that really just speaks to the volume of what's going on in it. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Justin, we have some questions from the players focusing more on the legal side as well.
Let's do it.
All right. So the first question was about what are some of the things they should be worried about when they are offered professional contracts? What are some of the red flags they should be alert for?
I mean, I think the biggest thing that I always think about, and kind of what I say to my clients, is I always think of the biggest red flag is a team that's not willing to negotiate. Someone that's take it or leave it, that's not giving you time to, look it over, hire an attorney, hire, some competent professional to advise you. And to me, that's a huge red flag. But then when you're actually looking at the agreement, some things that I think are really important to focus on, obviously the term of the agreement, how long it lasts, how much they're paying you, and what they're kind of charging you for. I've seen companies that, teams that maybe deduct, a certain part of your salary if you don't hit a certain amount of streaming hours, or if you don't place in a certain level, or you only make money if you finish in a certain place. So I think it's really important to understand what you're signing, and to also kind of understand how you could potentially get out of it, what the buyout looks like, what's the termination proceedings. Like I once saw a players, like for this, at least 10 different players that signed this agreement, that there was no way for the players to terminate the agreement, that the team could terminate whenever they wanted, but there was just nothing that talked about it. So to me, that's just crazy, and I think that as a player, you need to understand what you're signing and that it's going to have long-term ramifications. And then also understanding kind of the use of your name and likeness, how they can use your name while you're on the team and how they can use it after. That's one of this, a really big consideration for the player agreements as well as with sponsorship arrangements. Because if you're sponsored by Pepsi and your contract's over and you want to go to Coke, it's going to be really hard for Coke to pay you if Pepsi could still keep all the ads with your name on it and all the bottles that have you. So being able to understand how your rights are used during the contract as well as after is really important.
Well, let's keep on that vein with the whole idea of your likes, your rights, and you talked about the streaming hours. We're very fortunate to have Premier GG in our YouTube. They represent a number of folks as well. What sort of arrangements should players expect regarding their streaming? All these college players are used to streaming their own channels. They're monetizing their own channels already. What happens when they go pro? What happens to all that?
I mean, usually in, most teams, can't speak on every team, but most teams, especially the tier ones, the players usually are entitled to 100% of their streaming revenue. The teams are not necessarily looking to make money off your streaming money, off your donations and subs and whatever you get from ads. However, sometimes if you're a big streamer and they're necessarily signing and paying you for that, they might, but there's a lot of ways for them to essentially input ads that they get paid on in your streams or in your YouTube reloads and replays. But most teams, especially the bigger ones, are going to let the player keep most of their streaming, if not all of their streaming revenue. I've rarely ran into an agreement where the team gets 20% or some percentage of that stuff. I would fight against it. I don't really think that's standard, and I don't think it's necessary. I think it's pretty negligible, really, because I understand why they take a percentage of your tournament winnings and why they have the whole sponsorship deals and how you have to use their sponsors and that they may get a cut of a sponsorship that they bring you, etc. But I think the streaming platform, especially one that you've built on your own, they mostly let you keep. However, as being signed to a team, you're going to usually have to display their sponsors on your stream, on your social media, whether they're in chat bots or just on overlays. So, that's definitely something that changes. But ultimately, I don't think, in my experience, most teams take a percentage of what you earn from that.
All right. Well, let's talk more about the IP creation side. But for non-league events, my understanding is that still Activision and the rest want to control most of what's created during the big league competitions. But if you're involved in a non-league event with your team, what rights do you have to stream that on your own channel? Do you have to negotiate that separately?
I mean, obviously, the game developer and publisher owns the rights to the IP, which means they control all the uses, all the commercial uses of it. So, in theory, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Gaming, all of these streaming platforms should and would get licenses from the developer to be able to stream these games and monetize them. This is obviously a very polarizing debate. The game everyone has their side that, Twitch is a marketing vehicle for your game so people can see it. Like, I'm not going to choose one side. I'm going to go by the letter of the law that they have the right to police it. But as a practical matter, it's not necessarily in their best interest too. So it's one of those kind of where you could stream what you want to stream as long as it's allowed on Twitch. It's, not obscene or kind of offensive or breaks any of their terms of service. And the developers are usually kind of okay with it. I think that it's important to be aware that certain ones, especially like Facebook Gaming, entered into license deals with Activision Blizzard to make sure that their content was licensed. I know YouTube has similar licensing deal with Nintendo for any Nintendo content. So there are instances of developers and these outlets working together and licensing.
But when a team has its own channel, does it ever try and does it ever limit the sort of content its players can do from team events? Are they usually looking for all that, as much promotion as possible, or do they often want to control what goes out?
Well, yeah, no, they have the right to auto host and kind of program whatever's on your Twitch whenever you're not using it, and It's definitely a way for them to tap in where, if you're not hosting, you might be hosting someone else from the team, or like you said, the official team that might be whatever they're competing in that day. So they definitely have the power and the right to kind of control and kind of use your Twitch, your YouTube accounts to promote their business.
We had a question about team homes. Do teams still set up these team homes, and is that a requirement? Will they sometimes make a requirement that they actually live in the team home?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that there was definitely a big trend of these gaming houses of, putting the players together for them to eat, sleep, and work together. And I think a lot of them started to get a little frat house vibey, and that there was kind of some, as we were kind of talking about, this mental and physical kind of thing where it was really hard to separate work from, personal life. There was really no differentiator, and it was really blurred. So I think more recently a lot of teams have kind of shifted away from that, where maybe they'll have apartments in market, but there'll be a training facility or somewhere else where the players go to actually practice. Where it's not like you go into your living room to practice, then you go into your bedroom to that, you go, where you're just literally in one space the whole time. But I do think that there's value to these content houses, and there are definitely brands and companies and teams that are still doing it because you can do amazing content. You could sell the house and everything in it, which is valuable to the team. And sometimes you do get this camaraderie of all being there together, and especially in light of a lot of the events being online, a lot of the tournaments and leagues, your Wi-Fi, your internet's probably a lot better if you're all together than if you're all spread out in different apartments. So I think kind of the feasibility of it started to make sense, but it's by no means the norm, and it's not a requirement for most teams, but some teams, they may do it, or they may just put you together in a house for a boot camp or for a month or two. Not necessarily, you moving in market for a year or 2 years or however long your contract is.
All right, Premier GG, I'm expecting an invite to the Premier GG game housewarming party. You brought up insurance while we were talking, and I'm very pleased to see that more and more teams are providing insurance to their players. Is there anything that players should look out for specifically in regards to insurance? Are there reasons to get separate policies from the team policies?
I mean, insurance is insurance, right? It's one of those things where, like, you don't need it until you need it, but when you don't have it, it's a problem where, like, I'm sure if you're a pro gamer and you're, like, starting to experience some back pain or neck pain, or, like, you're starting to have some issues, like, it might not, especially if you signed a pretty big deal or, your livelihood and you're making a lot of money on this, it might not be something bad to explore. Because at the young age, and especially early on, the policy might necessarily be a lot, but if it pays you out a substantial amount of money in case you have to retire early and you can't stream as much as you used to because of X, Y, or Z, you'll at least be able to kind of hedge your losses on that. So, I think it's definitely something to explore, especially if you're earning, a substantial amount of money, and that could be a possibility.
All right. You brought up agents as well earlier in the conversation. How many are getting into this? Are what we seeing the standard agent deals where they're like taking 10 to 20% of what they're signing up for you and then some percent of everything else that you do? Are they doing different deals since the esports competitors are already content creators and have that revenue stream?
I mean, everyone is different, but I would say that most of them, especially in the larger ones, have, percentage of everything you earn. It's kind of an exclusive deal. And then you have others that are non-exclusive that are just taking percentage of what they earn for you. So I think it's really kind of a combination of both, and the percentages vary. Some of it's 10 to 20% that is pretty standard in the other entertainment worlds. Some of them are less because they have to be more competitive, or in order to get certain players they might have to take less, but because the players making so much, taking less is kind of negligible. So it's definitely a case-by-case basis, but 5 to 10%, 10 to 20%, I would definitely say most of it falls in that range. I think if you see people taking upwards of 30, 40, 50%, that to me is pretty, aggressive. We'll say that. So, and then again, it depends what they're providing. Some agencies are providing you a lot more than just helping you secure deals and that kind of stuff. So, there's definitely a lot of corollaries to the traditional talent agents of music and TV and fashion and modeling.
All right, I see a number of people sitting in our general chat. If you are a GGDA member and on our Discord, you can jump into the general chat. Justin's going to head over there. Justin, thank you very much for this. Any last things that we skipped over? Any last bits you want to talk about?
Well, yeah, thank you guys so much, and definitely make sure to check out my book, available Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and everywhere else, and follow me on Twitter, Justin J ESQ. That's Justin J ESQ. My DMs are open. I'm always happy to answer any questions and, talk to anyone that's really trying to learn a little bit more of what we've discussed, or find me on LinkedIn. So, thanks again, and if you come to the chat, I'll be happy to speak with people.
All right, excellent. And our next presentation will be Virtual Reload on combating toxicity and in esports and video gaming. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
This is Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Today we're talking forearm stretches for esports athletes. The first, arm straight out in front of you. Pull the wrist back towards you to achieve a moderate intensity stretch. Hold for 30 seconds. You will turn the hand over. 30 seconds here, also moderate intensity. You'll bring the elbow to your side. Pull the hand back towards the wrist. 30-second hold at moderate intensity. And the last stretch will be turning the fingers towards the ground, 30-second intensity here. Complete 4 repetitions of all of these, and that's a great stretch for your forearms.
Hey, I'm Lauren Cicinelli, your sports dietitian. We're going to talk a little bit about pre-competition meals for esports. We want to make sure that we're fueled well and we have enough energy to perform throughout our competition. So what do we want to be including? We want to make sure we have some carbohydrates, some protein, and some fluids as well. So this can be as simple as a peanut butter sandwich with some fruit and vegetables on the side, or if you're on the go and need something quick, we can pick up a grilled chicken sandwich and some salad. We want to try to limit some of the really high-fat foods like pizza or fried foods because these are actually going to decrease your performance. So focusing on some lean protein and carbohydrates is going to give you the energy you need. Hey, I'm Lauren Cicinelli, your sports dietitian with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute Sports Medicine. Today we're going to talk a little bit about performance nutrition to make sure that you're fueling your body properly for your sport, even for our esports athletes. So we want to make sure that we have a balance and a variety of food throughout the day. So we want to make sure that we have some carbohydrates, some lean protein, healthy fats, and some fruits and vegetables. So let's talk about each of those things and what they do for us. Carbohydrates are our body's main source of energy and fuel. We want to make sure that we're choosing mostly complex carbohydrates. So things like potatoes, sweet potatoes, rice, and oatmeal are really good sources of complex carbohydrates. This is going to give you that fuel that your body needs. Next up, we have some protein sources. Protein helps to stabilize that energy that we have in our body. So sources of protein are going to be things like meat, fish, chicken, eggs, beans, and lentils. We want to get a variety of these types of proteins as well so that we can make sure that we have really stable energy all day long. Healthy fats can also play an important role in our nutrition, so we want to make sure that we're focusing on things like olive oil, nuts, seeds, and avocados too, to make sure that we're getting a well-balanced meal. Fruits and vegetables also play a key role because these are going to provide us the vitamins and minerals that our body needs, especially for things like eye health. This is going to be really important in just making sure your body has those nutrients to stay fueled all day long. So making sure you're getting a variety of foods and nutrients throughout the day can help make sure that you're performing at your peak. Hi, I'm Lauren Cicinelli, your sports dietitian. Some athletes like to use caffeine to support their performance, and for some people this can have good benefits. If you want to try caffeine, start using it during practice before you get to competition, and start with something like a cup of coffee, green tea, or black tea. This is going to contain about 100 milligrams of caffeine. For some people, caffeine in general or too much caffeine can have detrimental impacts on their performance. So we want to make sure that we're sticking with a small amount of caffeine and we're trying it out during practice first. Hey, I'm Lauren Cicinelli, your sports dietitian. For hydration, we really want to make sure we're drinking enough fluids all day long during practice as well as competition. So if you take your body weight and cut it in half, that's about how many ounces you need of fluids each day. This bottle has about 16 ounces in it, so think about how many bottles you need to stay hydrated all day long. We also really want to focus on things like water, milk, and sparkling water, and stay away from things that are really high in caffeine and sugar most of the time. That caffeine can really actually impair our performance, so we don't want to do too much of that, and the added sugar is something that we don't need outside of our sports activity. So focusing on water and milk are perfect choices to stay hydrated.
I'm Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Today we're talking neck stretches for esports athletes. All of these will be moderate intensity. Take a few fingers, allow yourself to achieve a nice moderate intensity stretch on the opposite side. With your opposite hand, reach towards the floor. Repeat on the opposite side. Light pressure with a few fingers, reaching towards the floor with that opposite hand. 4 repetitions each direction. Second stretch will be taking your chin down towards your armpit. Same side, a few fingers. This will achieve a stretch on the back of the neck. Repeat on the opposite side, chin towards the armpit, light pressure through the fingers. Hold all of these for 30 seconds. It's a great way to prevent neck pain during esports competitions. I'm Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Oftentimes esports athletes have pain in the front of their shoulders due to being in a gaming position for prolonged periods that closes our shoulders off. What you can do to combat that, find a door frame, put your elbow at shoulder height, turn away from the door frame until you find a moderate intensity stretch through the front of your pec. Hold for 30 seconds and release. Slide the hand higher up the door frame, turn away from the door frame, achieve a moderate intensity stretch and release. Complete 4 repetitions at each location, and that will help prevent shoulder pain for esports athletes.
right. Great information from Justin. Love the legal insights as well as the broad overview of what opportunities are available. If you're in the Georgia State University Twitch, thank you for joining us. Good luck at Pantherland tomorrow. If you're competing, if you're just watching, well, get ready to compete next time, and then you can follow all of Justin's advice to become millionaires in esports. And again, we also support the Georgia Film Academy with their esports program, their certificate program, and more. And all of these groups, we appreciate all the work they're doing to create a really sustainable esports community. We've been doing esports for a while. We love it. We want to see it continue to live and grow, and that means getting rid of a lot of toxicity that's in there. Because not only is it immediately damaging the sport, it damages the long-term viability, the profitability, and so forth. It took a while for the bigger companies to get involved because of what they saw as the negative aspects of esports. And it's only as things have cleaned up that you start getting the really big sponsors rolling on in. And this is a topic Virtual Reload is very passionate about. So let's bring them on up. And we'll go right into the conversation, combating toxicity in esports and gaming. Take it away, Virtual Reload.
Hello, everybody. I am Ron Hamlin, the founder of Virtual Reload. We do esports coaching and tournaments, and our focus is to help high school students get into the world of esports. Tonight, we are talking about how to combat toxicity in gaming and esports and why it's important. So I wanted to go ahead and go around the room and have everyone introduce themselves, and we'll go ahead and start with Jody.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jody Farmer, head coach for Call of Duty at the University of Oklahoma, as well as a streamer influencer for Wounded Warrior Project with Stream to Serve and part of the stream team at the University of Oklahoma.
Awesome. And I did not realize that my phone is actually on a little bit. Okay, there we go. Go ahead, Terry.
Hey everybody, Terry Bonneau, aka Revolver, former pro player from way back in the day, director of business development and head coach at Virtual Reload right now, as well as I stream from time to time.
Only occasionally, right?
Yeah.
All right, Jared.
My name's Jared Sammons, also known as Scoot. I'm the director of esports operations at Virtual Reload, and I YouTube more than I stream these days.
Nice. That's going pretty well for you, isn't it?
Yeah, we've saw exponential growth over the last 3 months, and we've hit milestone after milestone and looking towards the future.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, just a moment here. Okay, so the primary reason we're here today is to talk about toxic gaming, toxic esports, and how we might be able to actually help reduce that. The fact is that many kids and adults experience really bad situations when they're online and gaming, whether it be someone that is just attacking them in the game incessantly, spawn camping, whatever it may be, or verbally attacking them. And this goes really, it impacts a lot of people that game. It's not just any particular gender or age group. I mean, I've experienced it. I imagine everybody on this panel has experienced it. And that's what we're here to talk about. It definitely impacts self-image, self-esteem. That sometimes may even cause you not to want to go back into the game. And that is not good for anybody. So, I'd like to have us share personal experiences with this. Who would like to go first in that?
I guess I'll go first. So a little bit more background. I entered the industry full time back in 2008. So I predate the professionalism approach that esports is definitely geared towards in the last 10 years. And yeah, it's come a long way, but there's always room for improvement. A lot of times on discussions of toxicity, you have the people that always bring up, oh, they wouldn't survive a Modern Warfare 2 lobby. Well, just because we had to endure such issues in the beginning of this industry that we have now, doesn't mean that everybody should have to go through that. We can always improve upon where we've been, and we can always improve with where we are. And that comes down to nowadays, especially with the integration of social media, with the way social media and the esports industry are intertwined to a degree. It's important to remember that person on the other side of the game, as well as the other person that on the other side of that screen name, they are people. This isn't just an NPC that you're taking your frustrations out on. These are actual people, and the golden rule, right, is do unto others as you would have done unto you. So I think it's important to remember that the people that you are affecting, like, you wouldn't want that being done to you. Don't do it to other people. But historically, personal experiences with toxicity, there's a myriad of stories I could tell. But early on, there were, back in 2009, 2010, there's the elitism aspect that comes with competition, that gatekeeping that comes. And, you know, I'm not saying that we need to be open arms of everybody who plays the game is the same as a professional player on a skill level, but they're still human beings. These are still people that have feelings. These are still people that are enjoying the same passion that you were passionate about. And I think it's important that we remember that.
Awesome. Thank you. Who wants to go next?
I could talk on it. I have an interesting perspective because I am a leader of, being a coach at a D1 university and just trying to teach the guys that they're no longer an I or an individual, that they're a team. And so building each other up's a lot better than tearing each other down. But what can be really difficult is you don't see a lot of females taking a leadership role in esports as much as, you would like to. So they see me as and it's been tweeted that I am a middle-aged woman, so what in the world can I know about competition first-person shooters? And it's interesting because I was put in this role because of my military experience and my ideas of tactics and understanding critical thinking and how to bring these young minds around instead of just being that introvert and working together. So there's so much more in the esports aspects than just being a good gamer behind a controller or a keyboard and mouse. So it's not just fighting it in the game, it's fighting it outside the game and on these social media networks that has been so interesting. And what's been really great about it is my college has had my back. Like, when people start coming after me, I don't say anything because I don't want to egg them on or give them a reason to continue. But my college and my leadership within the college will shut them down, especially if it's another college team or another college coach, because there's a lot of young people that are leading some of these teams in the college aspect. And so they may not have some of that collaboration type ideas. And so they're very used to, like you said, toxicity, tearing each other down instead of finding ways to help build each other up. So that was kind of like my first throwing myself into this esports world, is kind of combating that whole thought process of, I'm a female and I'm a leader. Y'all got to deal with me now. So it's been kind of interesting in that aspect. But if I go to the gaming side of it, I find myself, even with the title I coach, I don't like playing public matches. If I'm not playing with people I know and have a rapport with, I won't go into those matchmaker public things. I will go and play Zombies, I'll go play New World, I'll go play Witcher 3. I'll play other games and not my game title with Call of Duty unless I'm playing with people I know, because I don't want to deal with some of those comments that come along, especially once they hear my voice. You just get some of those, oh, gotta carry the extra weight here, or the whole, can I have your phone number? Are you looking for a boyfriend? So, yeah, it's just, I kind of roll with it, but at the same time, I shouldn't have to. So that's what I'm here to change, which is why, I don't know, I would say Toxicity, we have to start working with youth. Youth isn't going to know, we're not going to change the next generation of gamers unless we start working with youth.
Yep, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. So today you have the support of the school, but before you were in that side of your career, maybe even as a young girl when you were playing, I'm sure you experienced that. That's how you know you don't want to be in those public lobbies, right? Because it was bad when you were younger too, I imagine.
Well, gaming was always for my brother. You know, if you ask my mom or my stepdad, what do I want to do with video games? That's a boy thing, not a girl thing.
Wow.
I should be doing more girl things. Like even today, my mom's like, what are you doing in the gaming space? That was your brother's passion, not yours. And I'm like, Mom, it is so much more than that. And that's where I get into talking about the positive effects that gaming has on mental health. Because as a disabled veteran, gaming has taken me out of some pretty dark places. And the fact that I'm disabled and broken isn't an aspect, doesn't matter in gaming. I can be a leader again. I can be influential again. And it doesn't matter that I have a messed up spine and a broken hip. So I just find that this is a space where it is so diverse and completely inclusive that I didn't have in any other aspect on the civilian sector once I got out of the military.
I always comment that gaming or esports specifically, when you talk about if you put every sport on the table, you know, football, soccer, esports, all of it. Esports is a level playing field. Anybody that wants to play a sport can play esports. If you have, like your situation, you're disabled, you can still play Call of Duty, but you wouldn't be able to go play soccer, right? Probably not, anyways. So, all right, Terry, we haven't heard your aspect on this. What's your personal toxic story?
So, kind of similar to Jared. I'm from pre 2010, 2011 areas when I was playing. I competed right around there. I competed in Halo and Gears. Back then, and Gears especially was notorious for its trash talk and that kind of thing. But a big part of the reason I ended up actually leaving esports at that point in time was because of basically the main issue was teams were getting very toxic within each other because the majority of people that were playing had never really been in a true team environment. And there was nobody out, from a third person perspective that can work with the team to say, no, you need to be, you're wrong, or you're kind of like as a coach or someone can do. And I come from a hockey background. I played up through junior B, and I coached and officiated youth hockey for 10 years. And that's what I did when I left esports. And I realized after doing that for a while that if we could bring that kind of structure to esports, it could really help to combat the toxicity, because a big piece of what toxicity is it's kind of more so like an understanding issue, right? My best friend and I competed on several different teams together, and we have said things to each other that I will never repeat ever in my life, and it was just because we're very competitive, and we had an understanding that we were going to say crazy things, and we didn't mean it, we were just competitive. But that doesn't work when I'm solo queuing in League and the guy's mad at you. Some guy who I've never spoken to before is freaking out at me because I made a bad play. That's what I would be considering really toxic. And when you combine those two things, esports can get really extra toxic because everybody's very competitive, but a lot of these people don't have the communication skills that you get when you're on a team for a team sport or something like that, and learning how to be able to sit down and have a heated conversation with your teammate in between rounds, in between shifts, whatever it might be, respectfully and heatedly, because you're competitive, but at the end of the day, being able to come to an understanding. And that was a huge problem in esports when I left, and like it was almost impossible to keep a team together for any period of time, because after one too many fights, one person would just quit. I can't tell you how many times I had to cancel a tournament because one of the teammates just decided he didn't want to be on the team anymore because this or that. And it's gotten much better over the years. but I really think it's something that we can kind of take from traditional sports and try to apply amongst a lot of other things to esports, and I think it'll help combat it a bit.
And to piggyback off of what Terry shared with us is, my professional career was from 2008 to 2019, and me and him swapped war stories. I've probably been on 1,200 different teams throughout my career, and a lot of that was those early stages where there is no mediator. It's just a bunch of young kids that are competitive as all get out. They want to be the best, and I think something that as we move forward as an industry, you're going to see more coaches, you're going to see more team therapists come in as those mediators to really kind of get all personalities on one goal. Rather than, again, what Terry said with the understanding and communication issues, that's something that we can start teaching at a young level of that team environment, that teamwork, that leadership, and just really setting out and drawing the line between what is constructive feedback for an overall, we want to reach the goal of being the best, and what is not constructive and is just tearing down your teammates.
A perfect example of I guess toxicity and of the end result of that environment kind of molding a pro. If anybody's ever paid attention to North American League of Legends, you've probably heard of Dardoch. Probably the most mechanically talented league player in North America, and he can't find a job because he gets kicked off of every team within a month because he's so toxic. Had he had some sort of different kind of upbringing within the esports community, that probably wouldn't be an issue.
And it's great because I've seen students that have had that idea of, well, it's always been toxic, so why are you trying to change it? And getting them to understand that it's going to take another 5 to 10 years of us working our butts off and teaching the next generation for, I think, that to set in. But I literally had a student butt heads with me because Call of Duty has always been toxic. Why am I trying to change the wheel now? I looked at him and was like, you want scholarships. You want to be taken seriously by the university. You want to be, have that chance because they are like, I'm path to pro. Pro teams aren't going to want you if you keep this kind of attitude. It's just not allowed.
Right.
So it's just that, that nurturing or whatever word you want to call it with some of these students.
And there's definite truths to that. My time as a team manager for professional teams and GM and stuff like that, I've passed on great talent because they had a terrible attitude. It becomes it's just like any other industry, right? You don't want toxicity in your work environment because then you don't accomplish your goals.
Yep.
And part of it also, again, comes down to a misconception of what toxicity is and isn't. Right. So from the outside perspective, if you're watching a streamer, say I come from Apex, so it's just top of my mind. If you watch TSM, Apex team, they basically just scream at each other in between games. They're basically just screaming at each other. But similarly to my best friend and I, they have an understanding that that's just kind of how they get it out, how they communicate, and how it works. And to them, it's not toxic and it works. But to someone who doesn't understand that there's that understanding, they're sitting here going, well, the best of the best are screaming at each other. Why shouldn't I be doing it? And it's like, well, because that team, all three of those players respond to that. And so they know that that's what, but your teammates may not. Right. Yeah. And it's all about understanding that toxicity isn't so much about what you're doing and more so about how it's affecting the person that you're interacting with. And a lot of people just kind of think, people are, Tyler 1's really good and he's toxic and he's, and he's really entertaining or, this, that, and the other thing, but it doesn't mean you actually should be toxic. It's two different things, and also understanding that it's really a big part of just understanding how to communicate with your teammates
and I think that
what
goes
drives them.
From that aspect of TSM and the yelling, that's probably just part of culture, right? There are certain things that a white person can't say to a black person, but a black person can say to another black person, right? I mean, obviously, depending on the culture that you're in, those interactions are not necessarily toxic between those parties, but it would be if it was with someone else, right?
Yeah, toxicity is all about how it's affecting the other person.
Yep.
If it doesn't affect the other person, then it's not toxic.
Right.
My I'm sure everybody in the stream has answered the phone once and said, "Hey, insult here" to one of their best friends. That's not toxic. That's just being funny with your best friend.
Right.
But if you say that to a random person who's calling you, it's a little toxic. That's a bit of a problem.
Yeah. You answer the phone
It
that way
was
every
really
time.
great. I don't know if any of y'all caught it or watched any of it. I watched it, the reveal on Wednesday where T-Pain was like the host and Activision did their big reveal for Vanguard. Well, there was like 5 other rappers that joined him that played with 4 pro players and 2 pro streamers. 3 of the 4 pro players were from FaZe Clan. And when they were showing like the rappers in game and their chatter, it was completely different than the programmers or the pro gamers who were quiet and focused. And then you have the rappers like shooting off at the mouth, this and that, and just like getting kind of angry, and you see them kind of like really making these actions towards their cameras. So it was, you could see the difference between someone that was just there because they're a big star name and they're not a pro gamer versus the pro gamers that are there that were focused in the game. Didn't matter that they hadn't played the map yet, and they weren't reacting to the noise around them. So that was a really great thing to watch.
I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that they were in that structure. So I grew up playing hockey long before I was playing competitive video games, and in hockey, when you get frustrated, it's not really a bad thing because you can skate harder, you throw a harder check, you shoot the puck harder, that kind of thing. It can help feed your kind of your emotion and your anger almost. That doesn't work when you're playing video games. When something bad happens and you're passionate about it and you're frustrated about it, there's no real way to get that out, and that feeds into toxicity a lot. Because you don't know what else to do, so you just start screaming, and of course you're not going to blame yourself. It's definitely lag or something else. But when you're in a structured environment, you're going to get called out on that. They're not going to let that happen because you need to shut up so we can communicate. You need to, for a million different reasons, but the main one obviously being we need to be respectful here.
So I want to move on to the next part of the conversation. I have a theory about why there is so much of this in the gaming world. And after I discuss that, I want us all to kind of weigh in on the thought here. So most adult gamers today did not do something that was a team aspect when they were kids, because that was what they did when they were kids, was gaming. Also, in the world of gaming at home, you become a solo player, maybe even in a team game like Call of Duty, but you're not really playing with people all the time that you know. So you get to your level of skill in the game, which might be better than a lot of other people. So when you get into a team that is, not the greatest, you're gonna say something about it, right? You're not as an adult, they don't become well adjusted to interacting with other people because they've been just gaming alone for most of their childhood life. So they don't get this team building connection because they're not in another sport. They get an ego because they get really good at their game, and then they just get into this pattern that is unhealthy in how they treat others by the time that they're an adult. So they just continue to, spout off whenever they, get into a situation where they're either doing really good or they're being brought down because the other teammates aren't doing well. Things like that. So I wanted to get y'all's weigh in on that thought of being the cause of this.
So I read something a while ago, somebody who had an idea that the reason that, and this was a league specific comment, but it obviously, I feel like it fits to most things, but the point that you were making that made me think of it was that, you get to this certain level and then you're playing with people who might not be as good as you are, and that's very frustrating. And he basically explained it as it's kind of like sitting in traffic. you kind of know that everybody's supposed to know what they're supposed to do. Kind of expect that somebody did something wrong. It's screwing up your day. It's adding time. It's making you this, that, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. And it's so insanely frustrating because you didn't do anything wrong, but because somebody else did something wrong, your experience is changing in a negative way. I feel like that's very similar to that kind of scenario, because if you're not used to, understanding how to play with players who aren't as good as you and make them better, you're going to see their mistakes instead of how can I help them with that? Or it's as you're so dumb. Why are you an idiot? Why are you ruining my experience when I'm working so hard for this?
To build on Ron and what he was talking about, I think you're right. There's a lot of introverts in gaming. They're not used to being social. They're not used to having cliques and groups. And I know that we're trying to fight or combat that in a way with trying to hold camps, youth camps in different games, whether it be Minecraft, Fortnite, Rocket League, some of these age-appropriate games for, I would say, 6th through 8th grade. Because if we can get to a younger generation before they get to high school, we can do the same thing that Little League does, or football camp does, or basketball, all those things that teach people to work together. We can have those kind of camps in esports. And over COVID, I've seen people doing these camps virtually, like Mav Gaming in Dallas, Fort Worth, started doing youth camps this summer, trying to mentor these kids in NTK or N2K to teach them how to get into this NBA virtual game. And then when they wanted to blow off steam, they played Call of Duty. Or if they wanted to, kind of mess things up a bit to get the kids laughing, they'd play a round of Among Us or Jackbox or whatever. And they met virtually through Discord like this. It's the same thing that I've been seeing with another group that popped up this summer, Esports Scholar, where they're actually sitting down and explaining to middle school kids why you need to choose a gamer tag that you'll be proud to have follow you around because you're building your own personal brand. How to think about that and trying to make them think that, I've had to explain to a few college students that their gamer names are not appropriate if they want to be part of our roster teams in college esports because we get jerseys. And do you want everybody on the college campus to know you as toe sucker? I don't see a lot of people, that's not really something you want everybody to know you by. That was my team captain, by the way. He's now since changed it.
That's a very normal thing. I mean, how many times have, especially like in the beginning of League esports, like Sneaky is a former AD carry. That was not his original name. It was something way more inappropriate than that. That was a very, very kind of, it reminds me a little bit of when I was in high school and they first started being like, emails are going to be sticking around. You should probably make an email that like people understand who it is when they receive it, even if they don't have that. And it's kind of the same thing now where it's like, especially now that on PC games, there's not really a name filter in the way that there used to be where, you had to add 4 X's and change the spelling this way so you can get the name. You can now just, make the name whatever you want. That's an important thing that's funny. Sorry.
No, it's just funny because in the last year, just 1 year, I've had to tell 3 students outright, you have to change your name or you can't be on this roster. And 2 of the names I can't say on stream because it's just that inappropriate.
Wow.
So, yeah,
I think issues like that is something that hopefully or is being phased out as we do the youth outreach and the educational experiences through esports. And I think a lot of that does stem from, the industry that we all know and love today. Like, it started out as a counterculture. It was the people that didn't do traditional sports. It was like Dungeons and Dragons in the 90s. It was the modernization of that. The society's forgotten, so to speak. But as we do like the youth outreach, we do the camps, we do the educational programs, the after school programs, things of that nature. I think that is the steps forward to kind of stomp that out, that lack of awareness as far as self-branding and things of that nature go. Because 10 years ago, who would have thought we were all as connected as we are today? And realistically, esports started, 20, 30 years ago now? At this point, we're talking like 1.6 era. Like, it's only, we definitely saw a push for professionalism, especially with the rise of LCS and the franchise leagues, things of that nature. It's only going to get more ingrained, that professionalism, as we move forward.
Yeah, personally, I think one of the kind of ways we can kind of work about this again, it really is just that youth outreach piece. I know Scoot and I both played traditional sports growing up, and I'm sure he'd say the same thing. When we were competing, I could instantly tell you who played traditional sports and who only played video games when I was interacting with someone, because it was they understood the back and forth between teammates, and that, just because you're calling me out on a mistake doesn't mean that I should turn around and call you out on your mistake. No, we get to talk about that kind of thing, and that helps to really lower toxicity overall, especially because the more normalized the general populace that plays the game is when in a team environment, that's going to transfer into pubs as well, and into solo queue and stuff like that, because they're going to realize that, well, I learned last week that if I phrase this way, it'll actually help this player, because I'm actually, when I say play safe to my top laner who's died 4 times, I'm not trying to piss him off. I'm trying to say, hey, like, is there a way that we can help you? Like, can you try to play a little bit safer? Like, can I work? Like, but play safe is a really tilting thing to say. So we teach on a team, like, no, don't just say play safe. Explain, say, hey, how can I help you play safer? How can I, like, that kind of thing? And that starts at the young ages. I mean, 80% of what we were doing.
That's like saying Call of Duty, don't die.
Right. Like,
how do I not die? Give me a little bit more than that, right?
Yeah. A big part. So in coaching youth sports is actually, again, what kind of brought me back into esports in a way. And one of the first things that we always did at the beginning of every season was we gave the 1% talk, which I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's 1% of 1% of 1% of 1%. It goes on for a while, of players who play hockey, make it to X level, and then 1% of that, and so on and so forth. And the idea behind that is we're trying to make it clear to everybody in the room, including the kids and the parents and everybody, that we're not really here to coach hockey. We're actually really here to coach your kids and teach them how to be teammates, and teach them how to be decent people and responsible. And hockey's really just the tool. And I feel like esports can be the exact same thing. And at the same time, it'll also be used as a tool to help stop Riot from having to ban 5,000 accounts a day because of toxicity.
And I think to piggyback off of that, Terry, I think as we have more established, laid out, fully transparent paths to professional play in esports, it's going to combat that ego kind of thing going on. Because from a team management standpoint, talent scouting, trying to pick up a roster, I'm not looking for the best of the friend group. I'm not looking for the best of the county. I'm not looking for the best in the state. I'm looking for the best in the nation. So you have these kids that grow up in that closed off, introverted environment where they don't have the structure. And, they're the best of their friend group, so they're the best. They're the guys. They can do it all. Until they go up against other competition that is also the best of their friend groups. And I think these paths to professional play, as they're more cemented, they're more laid out, they're more transparent. You have those interactions where the best of the best are fighting each other over and over. It's humbling. It's a humbling experience to get your teeth kicked in a video game. You see where you stand amongst the competition. And I think with early onset, like youth educational outreach, as well as like youth specific tournaments, leagues, things of that nature, if we end up, who knows, 5 years from now, we've got a nationally syndicated high school esports division. Who knows what that does for the landscape, right? I think it can only be good.
That's a great point because, in my aspect, I'm at a D1 college, and we're not about our rostered teams. We're about building a community. We're about building relationships with students, having a safe place for them to go to, not necessarily who's going to annihilate and just completely decimate the other teams. So it's just interesting because we want to build a foundation of path into industry at the college level and not path to pro. So how you guys were talking about, with your hockey team, that you're not here to make them a pro hockey player. That's how we want to use esports as well. We want to use this as a tool to make them a better person, to make them more formidable in the workplace, because there's so many aspects of team building and critical thinking in esports that can be used in your day-to-day life outside of the video game.
Yeah, in to slightly kind of continue on what Jared was saying, and kind of goes into that as well. A big part of all of this, again, is that ego thing, and that's because, in anything that you're trying to get better at, right, you look to the person who's better than you. Well, if everybody that you play with isn't as good as you, you're not going to listen to anything that they say. So you're not going to be used to being able to take constructive criticism. You're not going to, for example, I have a friend of mine who I had to kind of teach this to, where it was basically like, just because I also made a mistake on that play doesn't mean we can't talk about your mistake. Yes, I ran off into the middle of the field and died. Pretty obvious that was a dumb idea. We don't really need to go into it too much. I understand that you're better than I am, but I can see this little mistake that you made that you may not have seen. Let's talk about it. A lot of players who don't grow up in a team environment where the coach can call them out on that, why would I listen to, if I'm Diamond, why would I listen to this, my buddy who's hard stuck platinum, who's trying to tell me something, even though he's very well could be right.
Yeah, and to tack onto that, like some of the absolute best talent I've ever played with from my time playing professionally, they were their own worst critics. I think from a coaching standpoint, my philosophy is I'm teaching you how to teach yourself. Mm-hmm. If you internalize your issues and you're looking at your own play through the sharpest of microscopes, it's only going to make you better. Even a great play, there's probably 5 or 6 things you could have done better to make it even greater. And I think that obviously difference of opinion with coaching philosophy, but that I find great success with that approach.
All right, we have a late arrival. Joe Mans with Thirsty Minds or Rage Girls is on here with us. Hey, Joe.
Hey, how you doing, everybody?
How's it going, Joe?
It's a little crazy today.
So, Joe, can you introduce yourself to us and talk a little bit about what you're doing at both the school program that you've got and what Rage Girls is about?
Yes, my name is Joe Mans. I'm the founder and CEO of Thirsty Minds. I also have a program within the school district where I'm teaching kids game design, and with game design, learning from the path from actual, from going from, let's say, the pipeline, beginning from idea to concept to actual production. We are actually starting a league called Rage Girls, and basically it's creating an environment for girls to actually compete in the games that they love, we find out there's a lot of girls who are really, really, really good, but because they're being attacked so much, either online or on games or hit on inappropriately, it's like, okay, I don't want to. Or it could be a cultural thing. They say, okay, you're a girl, you should be playing games, you should be playing with dolls and stuff, which is not true. That's what Rage Girls, giving up kind of like a pathway from dealing with middle school, high school, collegiate, and possibly building a way to a more professional background.
That is awesome. Thanks for joining us tonight. So we're kind of on the last topic of the conversation tonight. Basically, what is the solution to this? How do we get rid of the toxicity overall? We talked about what it is. We talked about what causes it. And now we're on to this. Essentially, if you were to walk onto a football field and have the same attitude that a lot of these gamers have towards their teammates and opponents, you wouldn't last very long on that football team. They don't allow this kind of stuff in traditional sports. So one of the things I see is starting what we're all talking about, these youth camps, esports in high schools and middle schools, getting these kids to join a gaming team for esports, and then not just having them play, but also imparting those team building aspects that you have in all other sports. If you mouth off to your coach or your teammates or your opponents, there's going to be some level of repercussion to that. You can't just do that. It shouldn't be allowed. That's the only way that we're going to ultimately change the environment, I think.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start on this because I actually come, like I said, from traditional sports coaching. I can't tell you how many times I sat the best player on the team because he said something stupid or was mean to a teammate in the locker room or whatever it might be. You're 100% right. Traditional sports, that doesn't fly. I don't care how good at the sport you are. You could be the only reason we have a shot at winning this game, and I will happily watch you sit in the corner quietly on the bench for the entire game if it means that I'm not promoting a toxic environment, because that's going to ruin my team over time. It doesn't matter. One game doesn't matter in that way.
As a coach, I'd rather lose a game that we should have won than to win by reinforcing bad habits.
I've in the past, I've literally started the worst players on our teams in must-win games because the best players on our teams didn't deserve it because of their behavior. And guess what? They were pretty well behaved for the next few weeks and pretty much for the rest of the season. And we ended up having a pretty good season where they were able to put the team a little bit on their back in a very productive and fun way for everybody, because we decided to throw a couple of games to teach them a lesson. That will never happen in a non-team based or even non-structured team in esports, because there's no sitting. You kick the guy or he quits and he goes and finds another team, and none of those problems get solved. They just get passed on to someone else. The main reason I really came onto Virtual Real is because I want to bring the traditional sports model to esports. One of the biggest reasons being a coach can actually say, no, I don't care how good you are, you're wrong. I don't care how good you are, you don't speak to people that way. I don't care how good, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we can teach people how to be, respectful teammates, and that's going to bleed over into online games and public games, because they're not going to be used to just getting away with just screaming at people because they're better than they are.
Right. It goes back to the goal is to teach these kids to be good teammates, as well as good players. It's as much about communication, understanding, constructive feedback, things of that nature. How to deliver things in a palatable way, as much as it is good mechanically at the game itself.
I think with that, we need to bring in people that understand that aspect of it, because there are coaches for some teams out there that don't understand this themselves, and so they allow that to continue on within their esports program. So finding the right people is really key to I guess fulfilling or fostering a good team. Now, my guys all play the game better than I do because their reflexes are faster. But I bring organization skills, I bring time management skills, I bring other aspects into the gaming that they didn't think of before. And I think part of the hardest part was when I would let them know, hey, you're part of a university team, you're expected to practice at least 14 hours a week with this game title. And they'd be like, well, I don't have that much time. No, wait a second. How many hours a day do you actually get on and mess around in your video games? Like, honestly, how many hours a day? Most people, it's at least 1 to 3 hours. So asking for 14 hours a week is only 2 hours a day. So it's just trying to make them think about it, that it's going to be a constructed, organized idea to make them a better player. And that's what we have to bring to these people that want to compete, is that it's more than just doing it at your leisure. There is structure, there is organization, there is time management, all brought into to make people take us for real, and not just laugh it off or say we're rotting our brains or whatever else people kind of want to throw at us because it's esports and not a physical sport.
To kind of add on to the point you were making about it's important that a lot of coaches don't understand this yet, and that comes down to a lot of those coaches never had traditional sports experience, and they're just people who are kind of like Jared and I, who were once insanely good at the game, still understand it and can teach it and are passionate about it. The difference being him and I played traditional sports and had those additional experiences where they got away with a lot of really bad habits and were still able to be successful. And a big part of what we're really focused on Virtual Reality as a coaching company is not just finding good players, but also teaching them how to coach and training them how to coach. When you want to be a coach for youth hockey, you have to go through a USA Hockey sanctioned class and seminar and system, depending on the level you're at, to a point where at a certain level you actually might even be flying across the country. Because in order for you to actually successfully coach these kids, you have to actually kind of know how. It's not that simple. It's actually a really, really complicated job. And I really think part of what we need moving into this is some sort of kind of industry-wide sanctioned training program kind of thing. So that, anybody can say, hey, I'm really good at video games, I'll coach you, but it doesn't mean they're actually a good coach. And having something like that, I feel like would be very, very helpful.
There's can be a large fantastic player, but that doesn't make you a good teacher.
Yeah, you have to be able to communicate, right? Like if you play well, but you can't communicate, you're not going to do it. And then to Jody's earlier point about her players being better at the game than her, how many other coaches out there in any sport you name can go out on the field and play to the level that their team is playing? Right, most coaches are really good at the whole okay, we want the ball to go here for a reason you may not understand, but this is why it's going there. Those kinds of things.
Bill Belichick hasn't played football since high school, and he's the greatest football coach of all time. Right, there were coaches in the leagues that I was coaching in that I played against in men's league who were way better than I am. Their teams got smashed by us every single time because they weren't as good at communicating. Him and I he could talk circles around me at a high level about the sport, but a 13-year-old isn't going to understand anything that he's saying. And that's really, really important, being able to teach those concepts in a way that the kids can understand them. And that's a huge difference between, what makes a coach or an analyst.
And I think you have a great point there, because coaching is more than just, hey, y'all need to do this in the game. It comes down to, wellness checks. You know, maybe your guys aren't in the right headspace, and how do you handle that? You know, especially at the college level, where I told them not to practice during midterms because they needed time to study and get through the stress of, I have these big exams in front of me. What do I do? Instead of just blowing me off. And then finding ways to do team building scenarios or team building activities that may have nothing to do with the video game. Like, this summer, I bought Nerf guns for my whole team and took them out for Nerf wars because I thought the college might be mad at me if I did it with paintballs, especially since some of these guys had probably never been hit with a paintball. So I'm starting out gentle with Nerf guns. And we did Nerf wars in using tactics just like we would in the video game for a first-person shooter. And they had a blast. I mean, they were jumping over each other and like trying to duck and roll, and it was just fun, goofy, getting to know each other, team building stuff. And then they feel a little bit more comfortable when they get behind the controller and the headset talking with each other because they were a brand new team. So it's just understanding that team building aspect, which is why I laugh so hard when this other college gets on Twitter about me about how I'm a middle-aged woman and don't know nothing about Call of Duty, so why am I a coach? It's like there's so much to it than just the video game. There's you have to care about people and training them to take your job. That's the way I look at it. If you're not training those under you to be better than you are, you don't need to be a coach.
Yep.
So real quick, really kind of funny story on the understanding your team and understanding how to get them kind of in the right headspace. I remember I was the assistant coach for my little brother's hockey team. My dad was the head coach, and this was right in the middle of the big Fortnite boom, and it was like 12-year-olds, and we're in the between the second and the third period of a playoff game where if we lose, the season's over. And usually you have that little kind of in-between period huddle, and everybody gets together, and everybody's expecting my dad to say something about hockey, whatever, and he goes, "Anybody won any Fortnite games recently?" Straight face, just like, "Anybody win anybody recently?" And one kid was like, "Yeah," and he goes, "Cool, did you make any cool plays?" And like, for the next in-between periods, they just talked about Fortnite for a few minutes. We scored 4 goals the next period and won the game.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's about so much more than the sport or the game or the whatever. It's you know, teaching kids like, hey, sometimes you need to be able to just break out of that headspace and say, you know what, things aren't going well. Maybe we take it from a different perspective. And in that case, it was so all you guys talk about in the locker room is Fortnite. So why don't I ask a question about Fortnite and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Jody, I love your story about Nerf Wars. Such almost like a reversal of getting the team to play as a team, right? Because you probably know about this program in the military where they've got they use games to train the platoons. Have you seen it yet before? Yeah.
Not only seen it, but participated in it, and it
Really?
actually started out as like a virtual thing. When I was a military police officer going through some training, we actually would go through like a video game scenario, and depending on your reactions, they would have the computer react to you a certain way. And that's how we would do some of our training for how to de-escalate a situation. Like, the one that I vividly remember is the gentleman sitting on his couch with a coffee table in front of him, and there's a bunch of papers, a magazine or two and stuff there, and there's something, you just see the end of something that's dark, and you have to try and de-escalate the situation, and if you don't do it properly, what's under the papers is a gun. If you do de-escalate properly, it's actually a remote control for the TV or something like that. We've also done scenarios where we use video games to help recover from PTSD. And that was started when I was in the Wounded Transition Unit back in 2008, 2009, where they were using scenarios and almost like VR settings to help you work through the terror you had from PTSD. So there's different ways that gaming has been done. And what's really interesting is some of our equipment, like armored vehicles, are controlled with something that looks similar to an Xbox controller because you're using camera systems to see what's outside around you because there's no windows on the vehicle.
Wow.
And
You're
that-
talking about you're actually in the vehicle using this controller to move around.
Because you're looking at
Not a remote
screens.
situation.
No.
Wow. That's cool.
And then don't even get me started with how they use different drones and stuff too, and how those are being used. And wow, back in when I first got into the Navy, because I was Navy and Army, so I have a unique situation. I was an aircraft, what do you call it? Aviation electronic technician for E2C Hawkeyes. What an E2C Hawkeye is a land, air, and sea radar type thing. We would do scenarios where we would be like we were inside the aircraft, but we weren't. We were in a simulator, and we would see and have different situations come through the simulator like a game.
I think I should go there.
And whether or not we would do the right things depending on the scenario they gave us. They do the same thing with fighter aircraft where they're in this box, but when you're inside, it looks like the cockpit of a fighter jet. And they go through different scenarios and whether or not you're going to crash or survive. So, and I think the coolest thing is how Walt Disney World made a naval ship situation in Chicago where they go through battle stations before graduating basic training in the Navy, where it moves and acts like you're out at sea, and it was all built by Walt Disney.
Wow, that's cool.
So yes, it's all being embraced in different ways with the military, and I've been removed for a hot minute, so I can only imagine what else has been added in.
Yeah. Well, we're getting close to the end here. I either want to see if we have questions from Andrew or if Joe has anything he would like to add. I guess I want to see if there's questions first.
We had a whole lot of good comments in the chat. It'd be great to get.
Yeah, I was seeing some of it coming along.
Don't know if you want to jump on some of the earlier ones that came up. For instance, going back through it really quickly. Oh, the idea that toxicity a lot of the time, this is from LFG Treehouse, toxicity a lot of the times is a bystander effect dynamic. And then when somebody has the courage to step in and challenge the nonsense, it can do wonders. Do you want to address that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the role of the coach in traditional sports. Basically, that's the reason that, a lot of the teams that I was on didn't end up working is because there wasn't someone who was impartial that could say something. And that's honestly really, I guess, what it can kind of come down to is just that's what the coach's job is along with everything else is to be a mediator.
Yeah, true.
We also had a conversation about is this really a bigger issue with society, or is it something to be combated within games? And would love your take on the value of combating this if we're still going to get toxicity coming up from people getting into it.
Yeah, I think as a whole that's a valid point. That if you are just a person going through life and you don't have, you have a nature to be negative, and you don't have a way to take yourself out of that mindfulness because you don't join any kind of a team that teaches you better, right? I mean, so many corporations, one of the things that they look for, if they're looking at two different candidates that have similar resumes, but one has a sports background and the other doesn't, they're probably going to hire the one that's been on a team before, right? Because they're more adjusted. They know how to treat others the proper way. And the person who's been just a solo loner is probably not going to get along well with the other people they're working with. But as a whole, this is the point, right? So, you look at gaming pre-esports or non-esports gaming, and that gamer who doesn't join a team of another kind is not going to be necessarily. I mean, it's not. This is not everybody in the world, right? Not everybody is going to turn into a bad adult that games and doesn't do other stuff. But yeah. So in general, it is a societal issue. But the whole idea here is if we get them onto a team and teach them the aspects of, interpersonal teamwork and all of those things, sportsmanship, they're going to be a better adult in the end.
All right, excellent. I did want to share that you were talking about virtual reality for combating military PTSD. Virtually Better, the company here in the Atlanta area that deals with that directly. We had a question from YouTube asking if any of you are going to be at Siege on Sunday in Dorville. I think, are any of you in Georgia?
I'm in Greenville, South Carolina, so it's a 2.5-hour drive for me to get down to Atlanta. But I'm the closest one of everybody here.
I'm in Texas.
All right, so yes, Wonder Jam. Sorry, I don't think we're going to see any of them on Sunday. All right, last thing. Can you share where people can get in touch with you? They want to talk to you more fully about this.
Yeah, our website is virtualreload.com. We're also on all the social channels, either Virtual Reload or some of them are the Virtual Reload, but Twitter is Virtual Reload, and so is Instagram. Facebook is the Virtual Reload, and I believe Twitch is the Virtual Reload as well.
I'm on
And
Twitch,
Jody?
Twitter, Bosnwifey, BOSNWIFEY. So that's Twitch and Twitter. Also, ouesports.org or sooneresports.org if you wanted to get in touch with the University of Oklahoma and our esports programs. And yeah, just using my gamer tag, you'll find me. And I am also on Discord under Bosenwifey #6724. If you want to send me a question, I'll be happy to answer it.
And Joe, where can we find you?
You can find me on all your social media on the Thirsty Minds. Also, Rage Girls. We also have our landing page, but we're doing a registration right now for young ladies who want to come be a part of the league. Doing our first tournament comes starting January. It's Rage Girls, RageGirlsSeries.org. And Thirsty Minds can be found on Instagram and Thirsty Minds on Twitter as well.
Awesome.
All right. Well, thank you all very much. Everybody watching, stay tuned. We're doing a collaborative game art workshop with some very good artists. So I put this link up there to Magma Studio IO. You can click on that. We'll be live streaming that. If you're a GGDA member, you can get in our Discord and talk with the folks who are running the collaborative game art session. All of you who are on watching the streams right now, you are definitely welcome to tune in, and we'll get that set up, and we'll say thank you one more time to the entire Virtual Reload team. Glad to have had you here.
Thank you very much
for having us.
I'm Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Oftentimes, esports athletes have pain in the front of their shoulders due to being in a gaming position for prolonged periods that closes our shoulders off. What you can do to combat that, find a door frame, put your elbow at shoulder height, turn away from the door frame until you find a moderate intensity stretch through the front of your pec, hold for 30 seconds, and release. Slide the hand higher up the door frame, turn away from the door frame, achieve a moderate intensity stretch, and release. Complete 4 repetitions at each location, and that will help prevent shoulder pain for esports athletes. I'm Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Today we're talking neck stretches for esports athletes. All of these will be moderate intensity. Take a few fingers, allow yourself to achieve a nice moderate intensity stretch on the opposite side. With your opposite hand, reach towards the floor. Repeat on the opposite side. Light pressure with a few fingers, reaching towards the floor with that opposite hand. 4 repetitions each direction. Second stretch will be taking your chin down towards your armpit. Same side, a few fingers. This will achieve a stretch on the back of the neck. Repeat on the opposite side, chin towards the armpit, light pressure through the fingers. Hold all of these for 30 seconds. It's a great way to prevent neck pain during esports competitions.
All right, everybody. You can get that Magma link. I'll keep sharing it a few more times. If you're a GGDA member, we'll jump in the voice general Discord channel. We'll drag you into the live stream channel to be part of the raucous fun. That includes you, Wonder J. And let's turn it over to our leads right now. Please introduce yourselves.
Yay! Hi, I'm Sandee Chamberlain, and I am the coordinator of the digital animation program at Kennesaw State. And yeah, love to draw and do character stuff and storyboards and animation. Chris?
All right, awesome. Yeah, my name is Chris Malone. I'm also a full-time animation professor at KSU with Sandee. I also do a lot of work on a variety of shows such as Cyanide and Happiness, Game Grumps, and Baby Shark, working in both storyboards, animatics, and backgrounds.
Yay!
Okay, I'm trying to get logged into Magma Studio here, so I'll be in there in just a minute.
Yeah, I sent the link out. And then since it was just Halloween and this week was Dia de los Muertos, I was thinking we could do a Dia de los Muertos theme character design challenge.
Ooh, fun!
For this session, yeah. That, and I'm partial to, I love drawing sugar skulls. So thought that would be really fun. Cool. So yeah, anybody who wants to join, please click on the Magma Studio link. When you click on, it'll give you a layer and you can start drawing.
All right.
I'm going to maximize it on my screen so you guys will just see me drawing. And you can pick any of the brushes. I think I'm going to use the soft ink for mine. Except for the pro ones. We don't have the pro. I'll do a little bit of testing over here to get the right one I want. And feel free, everybody, as we're drawing, if you guys want to ask questions or, you know, the fun comes when everyone starts drawing and talking.
Yeah. I'm trying to get logged in here, so I'll join you in a second.
Oh, yeah, no, take your time.
Hmm.
I'm going to turn up the opacity on this here. There we go. Yeah. Someone's drawing. Is that Jesse? Playing around. I think the stabilizer is like the smoothing. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Bring this back up there. All right. I think we're good to go on that. I'll make it a little bit more opacity. So I'll probably end up cleaning it up too. All right.
It is.
Nice blue. Did you get in there, Chris? There you are. Very good.
I'm not sure if it's actually drawing or not, though.
Opacity. And cleaning it up too. You can mess with all your brush stuff over on the right hand side.
Oh, okay.
You might be on the eraser, maybe. I don't know. You can pick a pencil or a pen. It looks pretty similar to Photoshop. You can mess with all your stuff over on the right.
Oh, I was doing white ink on.
Oh, were you really?
Yeah, on white canvas. You know.
Oh, that's
fun. I was just making a polar bear in a snowstorm, and
there you go. I was like, are you
in
using the eraser? Because I've done that before.
I was doing.
Hey, Sandy, I think people are appreciating the overview of the tools that you're giving.
Yeah.
Can you go into a bit more?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was just looking up a skull, but yeah. So over on, if you guys can you guys see my mouse moving around over on the tools?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So there's a foreground and background color that you can kind of switch between, so you can kind of mess with two different colors. It's very similar to Photoshop and Clip Studio and a lot of in Procreate and a lot of the drawing tools that digital artists use. There's a nice color wheel right here, so you can pick your hue by moving all around the wheel on the outside. So I like kind of like a Colarase blue when I'm drawing my underdrawing. So I kind of pick like these seafoam blue kind of colors. And then if you want to change the value of the hue that you're trying to use, you can then go in the middle of the square and go for a darker or a lighter value of that hue or that color. There you go. Yeah. And then you got brushes here. You can change it. You can change between different brushes. So you have 6 different brushes you can kind of be using at the same time. I tend to just stick with one. I'm using the brush, but you can switch over if you want to just use the pencil, but the pencil only has like the one kind of thickness and everything. So I like the brush because I have a little bit more control over here. And right now I'm using the soft ink brush, which is right here. And kind of draw and show you what that looks like. I'll undo that. And you can mess with how thick it is or how thin. And make it really small. You can also mess with, the min size if you want it to be only have a minimum size there. The density, kind of mess with that. And then I like to take the opacity down when I'm doing my underdrawing. Maybe not that much. Maybe something like that. And then the stabilizer is like your smoothing or your streamline. It's going to basically make those nice crispy lines that we all like. It's hard to draw a circle perfectly, but stabilizer or the streamlining of that helps. And then the hardness, which would be like if you're using a traditional media, it would be if you were using, like an H pencil or a B pencil. I tend to like my brushes to be in my charcoal and my graphite to be a little bit on the B side, the like maybe 3B. So I would kind of bring the hardness down on that. And that would be kind of nice for me. I'm going to bring that stabilizer down because the stabilizer is nice if we're cleaning things up. But if I'm sketching, I want to have a nice gestural a lot of control over my brush and have it be real gestural. And if my stabilizer is way up on that, then it's gonna restrict how my line works. So I'll show you an example. If I'm trying to draw a circle and I take the stabilizer off completely, I can kind of find the form with a gestural sketch like that. And it's going to just basically track what I'm drawing. If I turn the stabilizer way up and I try to draw a circle, it's going to kind of control, and it's going to have a lag on it and try to smooth that drawing out for me. So just be mindful of that when you're drawing. And then we have layers down here. So when you add yourself in, you'll have your layer. And if you want to add another layer, it's right here. You just click this little down area, and it says layer via copy right there.
And it's also color coded too, so that way you can quickly look for the color of your avatar.
Yeah.
And roll with that.
Yeah. Anything I'm missing, Chris? You want to go over?
Oh, well, I want to take a moment to explain the difference between the pencil tool and the brush tool, and I think I can actually demonstrate it right here.
Oh,
so
good.
The pencil tool and the brush tool at first glance are going to look pretty similar here. Well, actually, I made it pretty big, but I think we are able to see here the big difference, especially if you zoom in. The top one, it was made with the brush, and as we can see, it's going to be a little bit more crisp, a little bit more clear, while the one at the bottom was made with the pencil tool, and that one is, pixelated. So let me show you why that actually matters, is that if we use the paint bucket tool, and we have anti-alias turned off, I just filled this in. I'll fill it in with red so we can see the edge. So if we were to zoom into what I have right here, at the bottom, which was made with the pencil, you can see that it fits in there perfectly. We're talking like Tetris level perfection going on right here. It is pixel per pixel. But if we take a look at the nice crisp line on the that was made with the brush, we notice a bit of a white halo around the side of it. So we get to use those tools to be able to do like a good or just a good color fill. So what a lot of artists like to do is that they'll actually get the crisp lines on one layer and then they'll do the color work underneath it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and it's also the same way that animation was done, traditionally. Years and years ago, where they would do the line art on the front of what was called a cell. It was a transparent film, and they would do the line art on top, and then they would turn it over and they would paint from behind and paint the backside of the cell for all of the filling of the colors.
Well, that was always fascinating because with that you would have to go whatever color was like quote unquote closest to the viewer at that point. And just kind of work your way back, because sometimes it would be really hard to be able to get all those tiny little areas in. So if you're coloring Homer Simpson, for instance, you would probably start with the whites of his eyes, and you would have the brown of his the scruff on his chin. Then you would do the yellow. So you would do it kind of like the larger groups, kind of going from closer to us, further back.
Yep.
Right.
Are there any questions?
Yeah.
Not seeing any yet.
Okay. Well, I think we'll have fun and start drawing. If anybody wants to join in and draw with us, please feel free. Got my skull reference here. My stuff always ends up looking very cartoony. I'm going to take the opacity down just a little bit.
Well, it's not like you're a cartoonist or anything.
More. I know, right? There we go. I don't want to make it too light so then we can see. Let's move it up a little bit more. That's good. Really small. There we go.
There we go.
All right, very good. There we go. All right. Or Chris, kind of while we're drawing, do you want to kind of talk about your process of when you're developing a character from scratch? Like, what do you do when you're just staring at that blank piece of paper?
Well, my favorite thing to do is just to focus on the areas that I have a lot of interest in first. Like with this, I thought I'd be having some interest in the eyes because they're going to be such a big, massive part of my character. And unlike a lot of other cartoons, like I actually have like an extremely sketchy style first, like as my underdrawing.
Okay.
Then then I just do like a nice, crisp, clean overlay with my with my brush pen later.
Okay.
But usually, I like to still think of whenever I'm designing brand new characters. Like I'll just do a few fun things right here. I like to think to myself like, okay, I'm going to have more of like a triangle shape that I got going on right here for the mouth, or am I going to go with more of a boxier shape or a curve? And in the same way that there are lots of different theories about like how you can do about how different colors represent different emotions or different feelings. We can convey a lot from shapes as well. I like thinking of Superman, for instance. Like if you think of Superman, specifically Bruce Timm's Superman. I'm sorry, my battery is running low here. Let me charge it. Like if you think of Bruce Timm's Superman, like he is nothing but going to turn off my video to just kind of save some battery power. Bruce Timm's Superman is nothing but rectangular blocks. Like his chin is chiseled, his shoulders are as broad as they can get. Like his silhouette when his cape is down is that of a perfect rectangle. And Superman is rarely infallible. Like he is such a Boy Scout. He's always standing for good unless, he's in the Injustice series of video games.
Yeah.
And so that rectangle usually represents this idea of, like, somebody who is very set and stubborn in their ways. Triangles, on the other hand, it could be a little bit more chaotic, unpredictable. They're going to be a little bit more on the wild side. A lot of times we identify them with evil characters, like the Joker is oftentimes associated with a lot of those like points.
Yeah,
but you can also use it for more triangle or for more like wild and wacky characters too.
Yeah,
I gotcha. Like with the Joker is nothing but triangular points.
Oh, okay.
Like or at least Bruce Timm's again. Like the Joker, I'm just going to draw him out real quick. Like he's got he's going to have a pointy nose. Like he's going to have a pointy chin, probably. You could probably give him like little pointy ears. Even his haircut, kind of pointy.
Yeah.
And notice I'm not really doing much with the face here. Like he could have whatever eyes he wants. But I'm focusing more on the silhouette that we get. Like we see the nose is going to be a point. The chin is usually a point. Ears are points. His head, or at least his or at least his hair is going to be points. So those silhouettes are what we're going to actively pick up on, not things like his eyes or his mouth or anything, because those are lost in the general shape.
Yeah.
And with animation, sometimes characters are just going to blink on the screen fast enough for us to understand, like, okay, there's somebody there, but we don't have enough information yet to kind of make a decision on our opinion on them. But with by focusing more on character shapes, if we just have a character on the screen for like a few seconds, we're able to tell a lot about that character without actually having to talk about that character.
Gotcha.
So for me, I was like thinking about shapes. And as far as circles go, usually those are going to represent a lot of characters who are more younger, they're unpredictable, they haven't really picked out who they're going to be just yet. So circles are kind of a great way for me to start off with, and then you just kind of build everything from there.
Okay. Very cool.
Now, how about you with your process here? You said that you do a lot of the sketches. Do you just kind of develop it as you go along, or?
Yeah, and when I'm teaching character development, I think the first thing that we go over is, when you're looking at a blank digital screen or a blank piece of paper and you're like, how could I even start? Research is the most important thing. And I have an exercise that you can do, like the spider web drawing or a cluster drawing. If you remember, where you kind of put something in the middle and then branch out, and we'll say it's a dog character, right, at first. And, is it a small dog, right? What other kinds of attributes? And I usually talk about physical, emotional, and environmental attributes to kind of start off with. I mean, you can do real deep dives into characters. I mean, people who write novels go super detailed into characters. But, as a visual artist, just to start out with, if you think about your physical, emotional, and environmental attributes, and when I say environmental attributes, I'm usually talking about the rearing age, like the growing up stage, like where was your character up till about, 16, 18 years of age. And, because that really, the environment that a character grows up in or a person grows up in has a lot to do with their personality and how they approach the world and all that kind of fun stuff. So that's what I'm talking about when I say the environmental attributes. And then, of course, the physical stuff is always fun. Are they stocky? Are they short? Are they kind of lanky? And then, do they carry a tool belt? Like what's going on in the world where they are? What affects them and why they would have to carry certain things? Do they have a sidekick character that rides on them? Whatever. All these things. And so what I do in class is I will have students get together and all sort of throw out ideas everywhere, and we come up with these crazy kooky characters. But that never existed before that day that we had this discussion. So it's kind of fun, and it's one of those things where you can let loose and anything goes. I mean, for God's sakes, they've made multiple movies about sharks flying out of tornadoes, and if they've done that, like nothing you think up is going to be any crazier than that. And I mean that. People funded that. There was money that went into that. So I always tell, my students, don't be afraid to put your ideas out there, because you never know what's going to, what's going to gel with somebody and who's going to want to produce it and everything. So, but I mean, starting out with, characters, I like to do a lot of writing exercises, to try to figure out that kind of stuff. And then once I've done that, I'll say, okay, now I'll really dive in and do research. Are they on a different planet? What is that like? Or is it on Earth? And what time period is it? Is it in the future? If it's in the future, then what is it reflecting? Is it like, the roaring 20s of the 1900s, but, in the year 3000 something? What does that look like? What's the world? What's the environment that they're currently in look like? And how does that affect the way that you design the character? And what clothes and what costumes and all that kind of fun stuff. So it's just really fun to do research too, I think. So
oh yeah, the research part is just some of my favorite aspects of coming up with the character, because I have a personal belief that the more that you can tell about a character without actually having to say anything about that character, the stronger the character design. And that would be things like, if we could tell what their profession is, what their or like what their hobbies are, or what they're all about, basically. And I'm not talking about just having a shirt that says like, "Hi, my name is Jim," and it's for like a retail store.
Yeah,
I'm referring to it more like if we were to take a fisherman, for instance. Like, actually, I'll just use what I'm working on right here. A lot of times, when designing a fisherman, I always like to think to myself, like, all right, so the ears could be like the fins. They're going to have like a ponytail that would kind of like act like like their back fin. So then when you got like their eyes right here. You can get a bit of a silhouette of a face right there. Or a silhouette of a fish. And then
That's great.
Yeah, and then if somebody's like going to be like a lumberjack, for instance, like you wouldn't expect them to have like weak arms and strong legs. You would expect them to probably have like big barrel-like bodies with like big arms. So you would need to have a body that would accompany what it is that they that they do for a profession. Like I used to do a lot of surfing back in my day, and so I like to put it this way: like if you think of someone who has like an Owen Wilson style haircut, like that normal surfer shag, that's just gonna.
Wow. Have you guys, not to distract, but have you all seen like on, I had to say, I think it's like these TikTok videos I see on Instagram, and it'll be like, I don't know, like a bunch of beautiful landscapes and mountains and waterfalls, and then they got just like they're dubbing over clips of Owen Wilson just going, wow, 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 wow. It's so, I don't know, it's clever and funny. And
I'm gonna have to see that. That sounds.
That's been a trend that's been going on. I've noticed that this past couple weeks or so. But yeah, it's kind of funny.
So with that Owen Wilson thing, like if you see that surfer shag, you could be like, all right, that guy's probably surfed at some point in his life.
Yeah.
So I like to think to myself, like, all right, what is this character? What is it that they do? What do they care about? What do they want the world to know about them?
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
One of my favorite practices as well is to do the Oda Eiichiro method. He's the guy who created One Piece.
Okay.
What he does is that he'll of course he'll write the script before and he'll have his characters planned, but before he actually draws what his characters look like, he'll use a sample line, like a very important sample line for them. And he'll have the word balloon first.
Okay.
Like, he'll do the word balloon, and then he'll draw the character that would be saying that. Like, heyo, you're not going to imagine, like, a stuck-up librarian going like, heyo! You're going to imagine probably somebody with more curves to them and more rectangular shapes rather than somebody who's going to be more, like, triangular from when I was talking about my shape design stuff earlier.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay. What about like silhouettes? Do you do a lot of silhouettes to figure out like your shape design?
I used to when I did more like sci-fi stuff.
Okay.
I don't do it as much anymore with a lot of my cartoon characters. I focus more on. Well, I guess I do. I still focus on their silhouettes, but not by doing like a silhouette design of like a character. Like, thinking like, okay, I'm gonna have a circle right here.
Yeah, I don't know if have you ever watched the showed a lot in class. It's a Feng Zhu does like 20 minutes. It's like 2 parts on YouTube. It's him just doing this like silhouette exercise in Photoshop, and he goes at it really erratically, and it's super fun. And he'll like change and squash and stretch things with the transform tool, and then he'll like picks like three I think of the out of 6 characters that he's sort of silhouetting, and the whole time he's talking about his process, but he picks those, and he's like, yeah, and then he'll go over and he'll start putting like different value studies, like he'll pick up mid-tone and a light, and he'll start like fleshing out the inside of the silhouette to give like an idea of perspective and form, and it's just really interesting. It's really cool.
I do enjoy working with silhouettes. Like I know we're working on Sugar Skulls right now, but I just had fun with this little guy. I think like he's gonna be breeze related, so I made it have like a bit of a kind of like a bird, like a bird's wing as part of his haircut. So he's probably gonna have like hair that looks like a cockatoo or something.
That's kind of cool.
The character design is one of my favorite parts of the process, and a lot of times, like even if it's not necessarily a silhouette, I just love doodling, sketching, and thinking about what I can come up with.
Okay.
Right now, I'm going to have some fun with designing him. Oh, I think I lost my window. There we go.
So it's funny. Our first session of Siege today was the 3D character creation pipeline. So this is a great addition to that, how you design the characters. At some point, would love to have you talk about the collaborative process when there are multiple people working on a character.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Chris, have you had that experience yet?
Yeah,
I'm sure you have.
For a couple TV shows. I did a lot of work with Adam Ruins Everything a couple years ago, where I worked on a couple character designs. That was a lot of fun designing my characters. But one of the most interesting bits of feedback I got was about this character Napoleon. So whenever you think of Napoleon, what's usually the first adjective that comes to mind?
Short.
Short, exactly. But the thing is that he actually wasn't short. That was all propaganda to be able to make his enemies and his rivals think like, aha, he's short, I'm taller than him, therefore I'm better.
Really?
Yeah. So
I did not know that.
Yeah, Napoleon was actually just your average height. He wasn't tall or anything. He was just average.
Oh, wow.
So when we were designing our characters, we had Napoleon interacting with Josephine. So like Josephine was probably like yay tall like this, and so
Napoleon was around 5'6". He was around 5'6".
He was around 5'6".
Yeah, and I actually had always thought that it wasn't. It's much more like the Einstein was bad at math issue than propaganda. So everyone's heard, Einstein failed math a bunch of times. But what happened is he moved partway through his education from Germany to Switzerland or vice versa. And
oh, wow.
One of them grades A to E, A is the highest, and one of them grades A to E, E is the highest. So he had good marks in math the entire way through. Just at some point, if you naively look at his metrics, it looks like he goes from being an idiot to a genius overnight.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
And so,
and then if I was wrong about the propaganda thing, then sorry about that. That's what I always thought it was. But
so, I think with Napoleon, it was just a different metric system as you went through. So they reported his height as 5'6", but the English inches were different or something.
Oh, gotcha.
So with Napoleon, we still had like I made Napoleon short compared to like Josephine, and I had Adam from Adam Ruins Everything actually sent us like an email being like, well, actually, he wasn't that short. So we had to work on his character design to be able to figure out like, okay, how can we make him feel short without him actually being short?
Yeah, yeah.
And the solution was really cool because we made him just as tall, but the head was twice as big as the body.
Okay.
So
right.
he was just as tall as everybody else, but because his head was like so monstrously huge, it made him appear short compared to everybody else. So so through teamwork and through just a lot of revisions, we were able to find a way of making Napoleon feel short, but not be short.
That's cool.
Yep, 5'6" was much closer to the norm then. We think of George Washington being tall, he was just a bit over 6 foot. One of the other crazy things about Napoleon, his guard, his main guard, were hired for their height and then had the bearskin hats put on top of them. So he actually didn't look short around his best troops, the old guard.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Got too many war gamers on this channel right now.
That's
Everyone
awesome,
knows.
though.
Yeah.
I like the idea, though, of him with the big head, because isn't that also supposed to make someone look childish? The head being out of proportion to the body?
It was, that is right, yeah, because we had a very, very silly cartoon about how he brought back a lot of like mummy remains and everything like that, trying to be able to impress Josephine. Yeah, that was a fun episode to work on. It was the episode where pretty much that went over like Christopher Columbus, King Tut, and grammar. But the entire episode was animated by a team called Lowbrow Studios. They're located up in Connecticut, but they hire a lot of folks from Atlanta for work.
That's cool.
You saw that Ren and Stimpy is hiring in Atlanta, right?
I did not.
I saw, and I'm really upset because I love my job as a professor, but I would have to give up some classes and time in order to be able to work on that show.
That's really cool. I did not know. Who's facilitating that? Like, what studio? Do you know, Andrew?
I did know. I have to dig that back up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'd
had
be
a
curious to
contact
know.
from them, and it was not a studio I knew, so the name didn't stick like it should have.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm going to give him a bit of a protruding chin here. I think it'll be fun.
Yeah.
All right. So I think it's interesting that you were talking about like the 3D characters earlier.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that we're covering over a lot in the character design classes at KSU are maquettes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's so
So-
funny. We're just going to
because
talk about that on Monday, too.
Yeah, so for the maquettes, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, like a maquette is like a 3D sculpture of your character made with like armature wire and Sculpey material.
Mm-hmm.
And it's used as a really helpful tool to be able to help you keep it at your desk and pretty much rotate your character and get any angle that you need.
Yeah,
at
turn
any
it
time.
around. Mm-hmm.
It also helps you understand where the character flaws are in three-dimensional space.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's used too much in the industry anymore because we're able to do most of it like using 3D software.
Yeah.
But I think it's still a really helpful activity for young cartoonists to do because it teaches them how to make their character work in 3D space, and it helps teach them about how their character just works as a solid drawing too.
Well, I know at Disney Feature they still use them a lot, and there's still people that are out there. Like I have friends that are working at Channel Giant Studios out in LA that are just like that's what they do is they build toys and build maquettes for TV series and features. So they're definitely still used for sure.
Well, that's good to know. I guess it's more of the Atlanta ones because like I never saw them at Floyd County back when I worked there.
Mm.
So is that like the sculptural equivalent of those faceless models that you use to pose the arms and legs on? You know,
Like a maquette? Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
I'm actually really excited. I just bought a bunch of material for that today, Sandee.
Yay.
For the demonstrations next week.
Oh, thanks. Cool. I still have to go run by on Monday and grab the Super Sculpey from Michael's. I'll grab that.
They were all out, so I grabbed.
Oh
it
no!
quick.
Really?
Yeah, I think it'll be fine.
Okay. Well, I thought the one in Kennesaw was all out.
Yeah.
Is that the one you shot by? Okay. There's another one over here. I'll go. I'll go
Come
this
out to the
weekend.
one
I'll
in
check it
Tucker.
out. In Tucker? Okay.
And
Very
it's
good.
Awesome Inc. that is doing Ren and Stimpy again.
Oh, all right. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Very cool.
Oh, they're awesome people over there. No pun intended.
Wow. You want more? It's funny. Goofies.
All right, so Sandee, if you could work on any show, even if it's ended, what would be your dream show?
Oh my God, Scooby Doo, hands down.
Scooby Doo, really?
Scooby, like yeah, no, there's no qualms. It would either be Scooby Doo or He-Man, because when I was growing up, like that was my like favorite cartoon growing up. I remember vividly being in kindergarten in the 80s when He-Man was on in the morning, and it was before like it was even before we had VHS players that could and VCRs that could record. So like you had to watch stuff when it was actually on TV. And I remember vividly going from the late bird class. I think it was. No. I went from the late bird class to the early bird class. So I was used to being able to get up and have like cereal or whatever and like watch cartoons and then go to like kindergarten. And they like split the class, so I had to go to early bird class for like the second half of the year or something. And I mean, I threw the biggest tantrum because I could not watch He-Man anymore. I was like, this is some bull. I was so mad. I remember being tiny Sandee just stomping around in my glasses, just being like itty bitty tantrum ball because I couldn't watch He-Man. And I remember my mom being like super concerned about it because it just seemed like such a traumatic thing for me. But I eventually, of course, you get over it.
And then after that, when your tantrum doesn't end, your parents take you to the doctor's office. The doctor says, like, "I'm sorry, but she's going to grow up and be a cartoonist." And
exactly.
Parents start crying, going, "Oh no, where did we go wrong?"
Yeah, what happened? No, it's so funny. But no, it was funny because I went and got my eyes checked today, and I got a really good clean bill of health, by the way. So happy about that. But
awesome.
Yeah, but I was telling them that when I was young, I had astigmatism that was so bad that they were going to do a surgery on me, but my mom was like, no, let's try, eye therapy. And I wore patches, and I remember it being painful. Like it felt like my eye wanted to strain, but I never had a surgery, and it got corrected. But I went to years, like not just one, but like multiple years of eye therapy. Like it was like, I think once every 2 weeks I went, and I had to I used a light table, and I would put up like a coloring book page of a Care Bear or whatever, and I would put tracing paper on top. And the whole thing about my therapy was I had to try to draw the line on the tracing paper right on top of the other lines. So years and years of doing that, I'd get bored of drawing these like coloring book drawings, and I would start adding on, details and things that I thought were cool. And I remember the doctor being like, it's cool, but stop adding stuff. And then my mom's like, here, and bought me like basically my first sketchbooks and was like, just do, just draw on these, like, whatever you want to do. So I started like every other, art, sort of lowbrow, commercial artists, I was super into animation and video games. And I would just take like the covers of, my VHS tapes of my games, and I would just copy it, and see if I could, make copies. I think we all did that. And that's how I started my journey of becoming an artist and doing all this kind of fun stuff. So, yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I come from a family of sports fans, and so of course we always had to do the Saturday morning cartoons, and I would be upset because I was actually moderately good at sports. Like I was enough to make my parents happy, or good enough to make them happy, but I never wanted to do it. I wanted to stay at home, and I wanted to watch Garfield and Friends and Nicktoons and Ninja Turtles and
oh my god.
And
I played softball too. They got me outside as well, and I rode bikes a lot. But I was the same way. I was like, oh, my happy place is just being inside my room, like in my own world, and playing with my toys and hanging out and like. But yeah, parents were always like, go outside. Or back then they were like, go outside, and I was like, oh, I don't want to.
But I would steal paper from their office.
Oh, okay.
Like copy paper. And it wasn't until they actually saw me like drawing the cartoons on the screen, they're like, okay, he's not exactly just, rotting his brain.
Yeah, there's something to this or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was really I was very fortunate. Both my parents realized early on that I was into art, and I played piano and did all that kind of fun stuff, and I was in theater. And they were just so supportive. They were super into like anything I wanted to try or do, and just like encouraging of me. And it was just, I feel very blessed. It was really cool.
Having parents help you out with that is or just like support you is always incredibly helpful. And one of the things I always tell students is that, like, if your parents at least take an interest in it, don't correct them too much. Like my dad, for instance, like he never really understood what the difference was between a designer and an illustrator.
Oh, okay.
And that would get frustrating because, like, I would make a cartoon and be like, "That's a great graphic design, son." And I just learned, like, it's not his world. He's an accountant. And so I learned just, like, hey, any positivity he throws me my way, like, I will cherish it. I will take it. I will cherish it. So even if your parents don't exactly understand 100%, if they're still behind you and backing you up on it, that's wonderful.
Yeah, it is. And eventually I think that a lot of parents come around too, because they just realize, this is what their kid's into. I see that a lot. And I also see people that, go off and do something completely different with their career, come back and, they come back and they do art after years and years and years of doing like another profession, because it's just always where their heart was, basically.
I remember hearing this great story of this guy he was like a millionaire. He had been making a lot of money from doing like whatever office thing that he was doing. And he decided, like, I got enough money. Like, I'm good. It's in savings. Like, I'm solid. So he quit it to become an artist. And so, of course, he got audited by the IRS the next year.
Oh, no.
So he prepared all this paperwork and all of this stuff to show to the government, like, I'm legit. I became an artist. And so when he met up with them, like, he had his whole case ready, and they were like, why are you paying us less taxes this year than last year? He said, because I'm an artist, as you can see in my forms. And they stopped him, saying, like, oh, no, stop, you're right there. If you became an artist, we get it. You're fine. So have a nice day.
That's so funny. Like, that's hilarious. It's like, oh, it's okay, guy. We're sorry. We'll leave you alone. Go live your life. That's pretty fun.
Go make your art.
Yeah, exactly.
I come from, I only have brothers. I don't have any sisters, and all three brothers are very different from each other, and we're also very different from our dad. It's like my dad's the accountant, and my younger brother is like a rocket engineer. Well, it's just easier to say rocket scientist, but he prefers the term rocket engineer.
Like, for real? Like, rocket engineer? Wow.
Yeah, like, he focuses primarily on things like ignition and fuel and how that works with, like, launching stuff up into space.
Okay, wow.
And the older brother's a sports recreational manager.
It's very different, yeah.
Yeah, so my dad has no idea what in the world happened.
That's cool.
Well, funny story about my brother with the rockets is that he's launched many things into space. But back when we were students in college, like, I got my very first book published. It was like it was from my webcomic back in 2004, and big day for me. I was like, it's crappy, but I got a book published, and I was so happy about it.
I did it.
And in less than a week, he launched a rocket into space, like a satellite. No, it was a satellite. He launched a satellite into space. Stole my thunder.
Oh no! So much thunder, yeah.
The next, like, a year and a half later, we were more in contact during that time. Like, he knew I was getting a book published. I knew he was launching another satellite. So we had our own version of the space race going on right there at who can finish theirs first.
I love that. That's so great, though.
And
that's funny.
He did one of the coolest things ever, where he took the website address for my webcomic. Unfortunately, it's no longer up. But he wrote it on the inside of the casing of the satellite with a Sharpie marker, and that is currently orbiting the Earth still.
Yes, that's cool. I love that. That's really cool. That was funny, though. It's like, how dare you? My book.
I hope you've drawn a satellite character in some of your comics.
Right. Well, I include
There's
him
an
every
idea.
once in a while as a guest character.
Yeah. It's almost like the hidden Ninas in the Hirschfields.
What are these?
What is his name? The illustrator who does those like line art drawings. Hold on, I don't want to say his name wrong. I will look it up. I think it's Al Hirschfeld. Hirsch. I don't know how to spell it, so hopefully it'll look up. Yeah, it's Al Hirschfeld, Al Hirschfeld, the Ninas. So he did God, he does these like amazing line art drawing and caricatures of famous people, and he would hide his daughter's name. It was either his daughter or his goddaughter's name, Nina, in the actual art. So it would be like one of the lines and stuff. Is really cool. Yeah. He's one of my favorite illustrators. The caricatures are just so spot on too. They're amazing. Like I just saw one of Leonard Nimoy.
I actually do something very similar.
Oh yeah?
But it's my dogs.
Oh, the puppers.
In every background that I've ever done for TV shows, I've always hidden one of my dogs in some way in the background.
That's so cool.
And like anytime I ever have to draw on like an electrical appliance, I always do this right here. And actually there's usually a triangle right here.
We can look for those now.
Yeah, so if you ever see like a security camera, the last episode I worked on had a toilet in the back so I had this on that little wave motion sensor. There's another one which had like a towel dispenser that I put that on. There was an episode in school once where I had my other dog like eating a book or something.
Oh.
And I gave him a little professor's hat.
Oh, cute.
And it says read underneath it.
Oh.
I've literally hidden that in every background that I possibly can.
Oh, I love it. That's great.
So far, they don't know that, so don't tell my kids.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I know that they would find it to be really funny, but I'm trying to be able to go for like about 20 of them before I like let them know, like, hey, by the way, it's too late to.
I've been doing this the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Easter eggs never get anyone in trouble.
I know, right? That's fun.
I've always loved the very first Easter egg in video games.
What's that?
I can't remember the name of the game, but essentially you have to go. It was like back on the Atari. It was you had to go through all these weird, like go left, go right, go up 3 times, go down 2 times. It was some arbitrary code that you would put in that people just wouldn't randomly do. And what would happen is it would show the credits. It would be like, this game was developed by or programmed by so-and-so, because back then they didn't have end credits.
Yeah. Wasn't there like something where Mario would go across the screen in a Mac if you like did a certain command? I remember that for some reason being like a thing.
Okay, what I was thinking, it was in the video game Adventure. It was on Atari's 1979 system.
Oh, wow. That was
so
the year I was born. Aw.
Oh, very cool. Then
Yeah.
Warren Robinette, the creator of Adventure, would be happy to dedicate this to you or something. But all it is, all the Easter egg is his name.
Okay, that's cool though. Yeah, I love Easter eggs and all the little extras.
All right. Now that I mentioned that, of course I have to draw the dog into the skull somehow.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I mean, I'm
Gotta get
kind of
that done.
obligated at this point.
Yeah. But how? Oh, I was gonna say, I'll put it right up there. Nice. And I don't know if you like know this about sugar skulls, Chris. So I didn't want to say anything before you like were doing it. I was like, oh, he's putting it in the perfect space. So sugar skulls are like a tribute to your ancestors, and the most important thing of the design is like the third eye and what you put right above the brow, like where you're putting it. So like if they loved their dog, or if they really loved flowers, like, or a lot of times the name will be also inscribed with the symbol right there. So yeah, you picked the perfect spot. I didn't know if you knew that, but yeah.
I did not know that. I've actually been learning a lot more about this this whole celebration in the last couple of days.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, I grew up in Southern California, and but the listeners know that a lot of my family is from Mexico, and so I have a lot of traditions that I follow and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a really cool day, and I always liked it. So, like, the Book of Life is like one of my favorite. And I like Coco, but the Book of Life is awesome. If you haven't seen it, you guys, oh my gosh, it's a really cool animation.
That's actually one of my friend's few 3D or few Pixar movies that she likes. She's such a 2D snob.
Oh,
she
really?
She doesn't like any 3D films, and I think that's become part of her personality just for fun.
Oh,
But but yeah, that Coco is like the only 3D film that she actually likes.
It was really beautiful. It was a good one.
Oh. And then actually part of today's class for the environments class, we did ofrendas. Is it what? How do you pronounce it? An ofrenda for Day of the Dead.
Wait, what is it?
Ofrenda.
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 I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's kind of like the table that you set up like an altar.
Oh,
the Day
yeah.
of the Dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we actually drew those as a part of the exercise for the.
Oh, that's
yeah.
That's nice.
And actually, speaking about the dog that I just drew right there. Hold on.
Little puppers.
Hi, Esper.
Aw, Esper.
Yeah, she's always at my feet.
Aw.
Good girl. She's really tired tonight.
Oh.
Oh, yes, I hear you. You're grunting. Yes. I love the hand that you got coming out of yours, by the way, Sandee.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. I just thought it would be I was like, it looks like it would be like crawling around on a hand or something. Kind of cool. Yeah.
Isn't that it from
Yeah.
Adam's Family? Is that the skeleton for?
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what it is. There you go. Perfect. Yay.
There we go.
I think this would be a lot easier without if I was using something that was not a mouse.
Oh, for sure. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, but you know what? I always call them my ugly mouse drawings, and I love doing those too. It was funny because I do a beginning drawing night where we focus on gesture drawing for animation, and we do like 30-second through maybe like a 2-minute poses for about an hour every first Tuesday of the month. And I was over at my dad's, and I brought my Huion pen display. I was like ready to draw. I was like super excited, and I left this pen over here at my house, and I was just like, oh no, that totally sucks. Like, what am I gonna do? But I was like, it'll be okay. I'll just I'll draw, and it's not a touch screen, so I couldn't even like finger paint. So I was like, I guess I'll just use the trackpad on my MacBook Pro. Let me tell you how humbling that experience was this past Tuesday. But it was really good because it took a lot of the control away from me, and I was able still to do some really good life drawing. So it was really fun. It was really cool, the little gestures. But yeah, I was like, wow, this is a lot. This is a lot to deal with. It was fun. I had a good time. You always got to work with what you have and what's available to you and not let it stop you. So I panicked for 2 seconds and then I was like, it's an opportunity. And I think one of the students there was like, it's a challenge. And I was like, you're right. It is a challenge.
Oh yeah, like I've met a lot of cartoonists before, or young cartoonists who are like, oh man, I would only be, I'll finally get good if I can figure out how to use this amazing brush that this artist uses.
Oh yeah, or the pencil. They buy this pencil. I remember it was, oh god, it was like some kind of charcoal back at Cal State Fullerton. It was like a Ripmo or something like that. I can't remember now. But everybody was like, oh, this is the charcoal. And if you have this charcoal and you shave down the wood on it and you have the sandpaper and you just do it just right to get that nice point, then and only then would my life drawings would it come out like butter and just be perfect. And then you realize no, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with studying gesture form and anatomy and for years and years, even past your undergrad years, and still till you're old and gray. I'll never forget. I think I've told this story before, but I'll never forget. There was I was in a life drawing class with this old man. I forget his name. He was so nice, but he'd get really grumpy with himself, and we'd always like huddle over and look at his stuff on the breaks. And I mean, it looked like, I don't know, Da Vinci did it or something, or Rembrandt. It was like so perfect to us. We were like, wow. And he would be all grumbly and pissed about his drawing. And we're like, what's wrong? And one day he's like, the damn elbow isn't right. And we were like, what? Like nothing that we even like, you're like, really? The elbow? Okay. All right. I guess.
It throws off the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the rug in The Big Lebowski. It just ties the room together. So, when that's gone, what do you do? But yeah. Pretty funny.
I think I shared with you that story I had with a student yesterday, but I'd like to share it here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because I know that we have a lot of young cartoonists here. Is that I had a student who was in my office yesterday who was upset because she's 20 years old and she's learning how to do this this type of animation where you do where you animate a flour sack. So you have like this flour sack, and like the pinch points at the top of the sack are kind of like used as hands and legs, and
it's like the magic carpet if the magic carpet was fat.
Perfect. That's a great way to put it. Yeah. From a
you're animating an inanimate object and bringing it to life with personality, basically.
And this girl she's trying her best to get away from doing like straight ahead animation where you do frame 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm trying to train herself to do like frame 1, frame 15, frame 30, and then do the in between.
Pose to pose, yeah.
Yeah, she's been having some difficulty just grasping that concept. But this is the first time that she's ever done that technique. And she's worried, saying like, oh, if I never get this flour sack correct, then I'll never pass this class, and I'll never get a job, and my animation career is ruined, and
it's over.
And I'm like, okay, this is your first year animation student. You're gonna be fine. And I just couldn't convince her. So finally, I was like, would you like to see what my work looked like when I was 20 years old? And she was like, well, okay, but I bet it's going to be really good. And I showed it to her, and she takes a look at it, and she was like, oh, that's good. Like, with a question mark at the end. So good. And then all of a sudden, she just stops being rude. She's like, you know what? if you turned out fine, I'm gonna turn out fine.
Oh, it's lovely. I love that. It's the
And
best.
I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, like, oh, okay, like, like lesson learned, like that's the point, but come on.
Yeah, I know. I always,
that.
yeah, I do something similar where I'm like, seriously, if I dig up my old sketchbooks and my portfolio from when I graduated in undergrad, I'm like, y'all would be like, you're my teacher. No, I don't think so. I think we need a refund here. But yeah, you grow. You grow as, just like you grow as a person, you grow as an artist, and you just gotta keep plucking away and keep doing the ugly drawings until you get the good ones coming out.
Especially,
and even then, you're still not gonna be happy. I promise. You're gonna be like, I could do better. I could do better.
Oh yeah, like I love talking to the director of KSU because he's done a lot of amazing things in his life. But if you ever bring any of them up, he's like, oh, I hate how that turned out. And I'm like, you work for Disney, man.
Yeah, like you're never satisfied with what you do, never. So just get that out of your head right now, and you'll do better in life. And I always tell my main thing is, one thing I tell students is, stop trying to be the artist you want to be in 5 years, and be satisfied with who you are right now as an artist, and keep making work, because then you'll progress, time will go by. If you keep practicing, you're going to get better. But I think so many artists are like, they just want to project themselves into what they think they're going to be like in the future, and they want it to be like instant and right now, and that's just not how any of this works. But if you're happy and content with your work, or as content as you can be in the present, it's only going to make your future stuff stronger, because the minute you start to like let go, the better work starts coming out for sure.
Yeah, because I think that like a lot of cartoonists will start off not knowing what they're doing, and you can always tell like the passion and the fun of those projects. And sure, you could pinpoint and be like, this could look better, this could look better, this is wrong, here's a whole list of things you did wrong. They don't care. They don't know any better just yet, but they're just taking pen to paper and having a lot of fun with it. Then you start learning all of these rules, and that could be discouraging at first.
Yeah.
But then once you get comfortable with those rules, you can break those rules and have it look great again, and you regain your confidence.
Absolutely. And do lots of studies, for sure. Does anybody have any questions? Everyone's just cool?
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty copacetic so far.
Excellent.
Very good.
I did share some Al Hirschfeld information in the chat.
Oh, thanks. That's great. Yeah. He's pretty wonderful.
Yeah, some very fun
there's some
sugar
amazing
skulls.
Yeah. I don't want to noodle mine anymore. I think I'm going to know when to stop. And I'm going to stop.
Yep. We are
How are we doing? How are we doing on time?
That's exactly right. We started a few minutes late. We're at 9:12.
Oh, are we really?
That's perfect.
God, it goes by fast, doesn't it?
Yep.
All right. Well, wow. Okay. I'm going to save this too, so we have a copy.
Absolutely. Gonna show this off Sunday at Siege.
Oh, good. Yay.
If you all can make it out on Sunday, that would be great. Just let me know so I can put you on the guest list.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Forward to people.
Oh, yeah. I got to do my little signature here. My little signs.
Well, I'm just happy that you got Esper in there.
Yes, you got your signature?
Let's see, I get it in there.
There you go. Now Jesse's doing his signature.
There we go. All right, that's better.
And tomorrow we've got a number of game art sessions to start things off. Noon to 12:30. Walter Woods with Imperfect Games used the great art of Dor for his game Imperfect. So bringing new life to a dead artist.
Great.
And of course,
very cool.
We have somebody named Sandee talking about movie imagery and the foundations of the 12 principles of animation. No idea who that is.
Yeah.
Ooh, I love the 12 principles of animation.
Yeah, I've got a whole cool PowerPoint thing to go through. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite one?
Oh my gosh. I think it has to do with appeal because appeal, I love showing like that villains can have appeal, and that appeal doesn't have to do with like everything being perfect and pretty. And that kind of
Yeah,
thing.
I like that.
Yeah.
Mine is solid drawing, so make sure to mention that.
Oh, I will. I have all of them. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Very good.
And after that, we roll into 10 tips for better LGBTQ plus characters. So good morning,
Ooh,
characters.
that's awesome.
Oh, very good. Yay.
Well, thank
Let me
you
do
all very
save
much.
again. Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Ooh, it's a JPEG.
Love the
Yeah,
sugar
there we
skull
go.
goodness, and looking forward to the next time we do this.
Yeah, and I'll send you an email with the image, Andrew, so you have it.
All right, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks to you. Thanks to everyone for tuning in tonight, and join us
Yeah,
for
of
more
course.
Siege tomorrow. Cheers, everybody.
Yeah.
You guys all have a
Bye.
good night. Enjoy the con.
Yeah, enjoy the con.